Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? I hope you're all good. Um, welcome to my Amelia Earhart Round the World Memorial Flight. We're up to leg 5, and we're starting today at Miami, and we're traveling, starting across the Caribbean. We'll be flying roughly between the Bahamas and Cuba for a bit, then over a little bit of Cuba, over Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and finally across Puerto Rico, arriving in San Juan. It's quite a long flight, so obviously I don't expect everyone to fly along. But if you want to fly along, we're on the North Europe server. It's going to be dark when we take off because on the 1st of June 1937, that's exactly what it was when Amelia took off. So we're going to be following roughly her timeline as much as possible. Obviously, weathers. If you're flying along today, it's going to be few clouds. It's a headwind, so the winds will be coming from about a 104 degrees direction, and we're roughly going to be flying around about 4,500 feet. So it should be quite a nice flight down to San Juan. We're going to get going really quite soon today because it's a long flight. I estimate it's around about 6 hours or so to get down to San Juan. Hopefully the sim will behave and not crash as I get right down to the runway as it has done for the last 3 streams. So fingers crossed that we don't have that problem. So I hope you're all doing great today and having a good weekend. Pitch black here. We'll change the time just as we take off to about 5:56 a.m. because that's the time that the Electra left Miami International back on the 1st of June 1937, starting her first round the world flight. I've got lots of things to share on this flight. I've got some newspaper articles. We've obviously got pictures of the day, of what happened, and all sorts of nice goodies. And we'll talk about her flight as we go. And if anyone wants to join in, you're more than happy to. So here we are on the ground, and on that day, just before 6 o'clock in the morning. This was the day before, but George Putnam was the last person to say goodbye to Amelia. This was the last time you'd ever see her. And he sort of leaned into the cockpit and said, good luck. And I think that was the last thing they said to each other when she shut the hatch. So quite sad, really, that she didn't come back from this. But and then just before dawn, this is them taxiing into position, and then ultimately taking off from Miami. It's weird because it's the 1st of June. It seems quite light. It's 5:56 in the morning, and I think the sim doesn't quite really think it's June, even though I've set it to June. But we shall work with that. Take some of the pictures away, and then I also found some newspapers of the day, which we will share later on, and I'll read through the articles. But it actually it's quite a good article, and it shows you it's a step back in time as to how newspapers were written back then. All right, so let's get the aircraft started. Hey Tarnish, lovely to see you. Yeah, I'm pretty good today actually. I was really tired yesterday. I had a very long day at work. So I'm feeling much better today. So we're actually going to be taking off from runway 27 here at Miami today. So let's so throttles, mixtures, just crack open the throttle a bit. You can't see very much, but we'll get lights on in here in a minute. So brakes are set. The Mooney roar. Let's get that to about 1,000. Let the engines warm up. They had hoped to take off a little bit earlier on the 1st of June, but they had some problems and had to solder to weld some thermocouplings on the left engine, which was not a great start to this flight for them. Let's get some lighting on in here so we can actually see where we're going. That's better. Get the transponder on. set our altitude to be 4,500 feet. So we're going to take off from runway 27. We'll head out and then straight pretty much onto course, getting up as quickly as we can. I say it's a very long flight. We are full fueled today. This aircraft, when it took off, took 200 gallons of fuel. When Amelia Earhart took off from this airport on the 1st of June 1937, she had 600 gallons of fuel laden. Stairway to Bacon, happy Saturday to you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. You just caught us here getting ready to taxi off to runway 27 and then head off to San Juan. So I'm over in what was the cargo area, and I'm just going to take my brake off and toodle off down to runway 27. Flight Simulator, you will kill me one of these days with your little cars running around everywhere. We actually want to cross runway 30, which was the runway we arrived on last week. Try and find the taxiways. Where are you, little taxiway? You're over this way. I am not accustomed to night flights. I'm going to go across here. Make sure there shouldn't be anyone on the runway. Have to have lost everything on my iPad. Nice, Brian. That would be superb. Thank you, Papa JB. I hope that I don't have as much problems as I had the other week. Hey, Murphy. Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well and you're not too exhausted from your heavy week of streaming and hosting at Microsoft. What a week you've had. We're at just before dawn on the 27th of coming up to runway 27 on the 1st of June 1937. We're just going to change our clocks now just to make sure that I'm just going to take it a little bit back. Diddle-diddle-doo. It was 5:06 in the morning when she took off. So let's make that 5:06 a.m. Okie dokie, so let's get the strobes on and get the taxi lights off. We'll get one stage of flaps to throw us up in the air nice and quickly. How's the VR going, Brian? Are you enjoying it? So the route today, we are going slightly off track today, so that we can get some sightseeing as we go through the Caribbean. But it's pretty much the route they flew, but also the flight that the Mooney took on the 80th anniversary. So the route today is KMIA, Kilo Mike India Alpha, and we're going down to Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet. Did you have a lie-in, Murph? Okay, let's get the heading set. Just bring my course selector up for now. That's going to be 104 when we get over the top of. I see Tarnish over there. Tarnish is on the ground. Who else have we got on the ground? Floyd Ricks is on the ground. Stairway to Bacon is here with us. Lovely to see you guys. I shall just hold for a bit then, and before zooming off. Not going to be doing too many circuits. We'll literally get up and on our way because it's 6 hours of flight time. So just making sure we've got everything. Let's get onto that tank for now. So flaps are in trim is in takeoff position. Flaps are in takeoff position. I see Tarnish coming along now, so I'll just hold for a second and then we'll get underway. So did your chores for the day run away by staying in bed? I'd be still thinking about them as well. I gave up any thoughts of doing anything today. I woke up really tired. Yesterday was a long day. Have a quick cup of tea before we take off. No worries at all. I know how difficult that is, Brian. Okay, well, we'll get rid of me because we don't want to see me now as we take off. We want to love the sim. So let's get rid of everything. Thank you ever so much for people who've been following me, and the lovely Annalisa who gave me my first ever subscriber this week, which was superb. Right, okay, runway clear. Let's start our trundle. Gently put the power in. Airspeed is alive. 60. 80. She's starting to get light. Gently lift up. Feet on the brake to stop the wheel spinning. Positive rate of climb. Gear can come up. Oh, Murphy, that's really kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Have a little look behind us as we see Floyd, Stairway to Bacon and Tarnish taking off. We're going to take a gentle swing to the south. Bit bumpy. Just about see the light of the sunrise will be coming up on us soon. Okay, so heading towards our track. Flaps can come up as we leave Miami behind us. Amelia Earhart said that this was the longest home trip she'd ever planned. No, not really. I've got some IFR plugged in just for when I get down to because she didn't do IFR either. No. So here's Miami. She flew literally using celestial navigation, using grand circle navigation, and radio telephony. They didn't even use Morse code, which I think was a massive mistake. However, Sperry, her auto gyro pilot, did a lot of the flying, so I don't feel too guilty about using that, because she absolutely did. As we go through some excerpts of her writings on this leg of the journey later, she responds, talks about Sperry quite a lot. So I'm just going to pull back the power a little bit. Let's get that EGT down a bit as we climbing very fast today, as we're going into a headwind. Dangerous Brian's with us now. As we climb up through the morning sky and on our way the lighting is super, isn't it? Look at Miami. Estimated time en route is approximately 6 hours 6 minutes. See what the actual flight nav says. Well, it's going to be about 6 hours or so. I don't expect people to fly along all the time. You know, this journey of mine is where people can drop in and drop out. Keeping me company would be lovely, but obviously people are busy, especially when it's long journeys. This will get me in instead from my big one. I've got a 13-hour flight in about 3 legs, so I will be up early to start that one. It was the first night flight she did. Okay, so I'm nearing altitude now, so I'm going to pull back the RPMs to 2,200 or approximate. My manifold pressure will come down to 20. So lean out the remember to keep leaning. Lean over max. Okay, that'll do us. Set the heading now. We're tracking 147 degrees. It's going to be a little bit slower than we did last week just because of the headwind. Hey Kingsman, good afternoon to you. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a great Saturday. You find us just heading out from Miami, just before dawn on the 1st of June 1937. And we have several of our Fireflies in time. We've got Tarnish, Stairway to Bacon, Floyd Drixby, Dangerous Brian, and I think we've got some other people there, but I think they're not with me. I'm looking forward to seeing the sun come up over the Gulf and as we go into the Caribbean. So approximately 2 hours 37 minutes until we have a point of interest over Cuba. It's really weird that that keeps doing that. So as we all get established and on our way, I can start to share stuff. So this is you can't read it all, but I'll read it out to you. The knob is over to the right hand side, Floyd. It's down near the co-pilot's yoke column. If you press Control L, it'll let you bring your headlamp on in the cockpit to see it. So that article there was shown in the Miami Herald of the 1st of June 1937, and it says, Miss Earhart ready for takeoff today. Mechanics placed 600 gallons of gasoline on board the monoplane at Municipal Airport for hop to San Juan, Puerto Rico on world-girdling flight. Adjustments made to instruments. Final preparations for Amelia Earhart's forthcoming equatorial flight around the world were completed yesterday at Miami Municipal Airport, and mechanics late in the day put 600 gallons of gasoline aboard her sleek Olmeto monoplane in anticipation for an early morning takeoff today for San Juan, Puerto Rico, the first scheduled stop of her 28,000 globe-girdling adventure. The flyer herself turned her last half day in Florida to good advantage by retiring to her suite at the Columbus Hotel for a long nap, so that she was thoroughly rested and in the pink of condition for the 1,033-mile land and water hop. It was believed that adjustments... Which one? I've lost it. Adjustments. Where's it gone? Adjustments. Made to the radio transmitter and the Sperry gyro part on her WASP-monitored Lockheed Electra would result in a satisfactory performance for both Miss Earhart, but with her customary conservation declared that her expected round-the-world trip will turn into just another test flight if this one does not prove to be the case. She and Captain Fred Noonan, veteran Trans-Pacific aerial navigator, is to accompany her on the flight around the world and plan to go through to San Juan only if everything on the ship is working fit. Should otherwise, they will return to Miami about an hour after they leave and remain there until they fix everything and carry on. Favourable weather reports are given for the flight to San Juan to Miss Earhart by the Pan American Airways, and arrangements have been made for the airliner's meteorologist to supply similar data while she's in the air. The information will be broadcast to her on the hour by radio station WQAM, a procedure that was to be followed on all her subsequent flights down the West Indies along the coast of South America, as long as she is within range of a station. Such a relay is necessary because the Pan American's radio transmission is on the telegraphic or code variety, and neither Miss Earhart nor Captain Noonan can receive this sufficiently well to warrant anything but radio telephony communication with their ship. Miss Earhart, on her part, has agreed to give positional reports every 15 minutes after the hour and 15 minutes before the hour by plane's radio telephone transmitter. This has had the call letters Kilo Hotel Alpha Quebec Quebec and operates day frequency of 6,210 kilocycles and night frequency of 3105. Her first night flop will be 1,871 miles across the Atlantic from Natal, Brazil to Radio Dakar. And we have a picture here just to show you what the aircraft was doing when they refueled 600 gallons into her the day before the flight. Must remember to do my tanks better today. Oh, Kingsman, that's really lovely of you. Thank you. Very kind. It's a beautiful day here in Newcastle. I've had to, would you believe, it's been so rubbish for weeks. And on the day I'm streaming, because I'm in a loft conversion, I've had to pull my blinds down because it's so darn bright out there. We'll be able to see the guys better once the sun comes up over the horizon. Yeah, it's beautiful here. It's like 13 odd degrees or something. Must pull the other one, that's too bright as well. So how we're looking. So everything's on the numbers. Let's pull the RPMs back a little bit. Approximately doing 155 to 160 variable because of the headwinds, 166 across the ground. So this is our route today. We're going to head down between the Bahamas, which will be on our left, nearing to Cuba, which will go overland. Then we'll fly over Haiti, and then we'll go over the Dominican Republic, then across down into runway 10 into San Juan. change my tanks because I've forgotten. I'm terrible when I'm streaming. I keep forgetting to. I'm really good normally in changing my tanks, but I'm terrible when I stream. Didn't set my time, did I? That's better. I thought I'd set it to 556, but obviously not. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful day over the Caribbean. I specifically found a piece of music on Epidemic Sound, just try and find it, which I think is quite cool. It's called Fireflies. Remember, if you are flying along, remember to let Sperry do some of the work and stretch those legs. Amelia wrote once she had taken off. After the takeoff, for 13 minutes we climbed slowly, swinging on our course towards Puerto Rico. Beautiful in the early morning light, the curving line made the blue depths of the Gulf Stream meet the aquamarine of the shoals off the coast. Now and then, as we flew along, we glimpsed the outlines of shadowy fish dark against the pale sand below. Legend has it that sailfish are found thereabouts. I say legend because one day's fishing from Miami, when we played hooky from airport shores, we were totally unsuccessful. Neither on the fringes of the Gulf Stream nor anywhere else did we catch a single fish of any kind. So to me, their existence remains purely hearsay, though I am more willing to give my enthusiastic Florida friends the benefit of every doubt, even to the point of agreeing that someone cruelly remarked, "As a fisherman, Miss Earhart is a good pilot." Shortly after 6 o'clock, 2 ships were visible, which we can't see. I'd even put ships on, but it was then and then beneath us, with everything in the cockpit properly set. I tuned in on Miami's radio station, WQAM, which broadcast every hour a summary of the weather conditions were shared before us as prepared by Pan American's efficient meteorologists. My own schedule called for broadcast every 30 minutes at 1/4 and 1/4 to the hours. I was delayed a little of my first broadcast because as I was sending out a description, which was quite entertaining, the masterpiece evidently transmitted from a description made by the announcer on the field. For civilians who had stayed in bed, that the record was now being played on the air again for their delectation, whilst they ate their breakfast as we winged southward. So 100 miles from the field, the announcer held me in cruel suspense as to whether or not I would actually take off or not. Sim Caesar. I do need someone to come along and read along, and I've got, Amelia didn't actually eat on this journey at all. Fred Noonan had 2 cups of coffee and a sandwich, and Amelia, I think, had 1 cup of hot chocolate, which is incredible considering it was 6 hours. I mean, I'm a tea-based life form, and absolutely need to have my drinks regularly, or I can't survive. But I guess they only had a small commode in the back, right? Can't drink too much, you'll always be running back there. So down the back, still got the Fireflies flying with us. The sun's starting to rise more now. Seeing the currents in the water as we fly across. Beautiful colours this morning. Fred Noonan found this particular flight quite difficult because of the clouds in the sky. The shadows that they laid on the water made it hard for him to see land. Even though he traversed the Caribbean and South America routes a lot, he was still quite unsure. So they flew quite low today. They'd been flying at 8,000 feet for most of the legs, and the next flight they'll do the same flight, but this one was low because of the clouds on the day. Look at those colours. I guess it depends what time you have, date and time you have in your sim, right? Because I've got the 1st of June, so it is going to be quite a long flight with a headset on, but I'm glad you're enjoying it, Brian. How's the quality? Nothing to be sorry about, Tarnish. Look at those beautiful colours. It's going to be cracking when the sun finally rises. See, look, I've got my my commands working. So. It is fabulous, isn't it? I mean, I like flying it in the ultralights. It's just superb. But the moon is really nice in VR. Right, so 45. Change that down. We'll change that. Go right tank to 40. Just pump that into the green. Yeah. Everything else is pretty good. For a low wind, it's really quite blustery. Beautiful. So just off to our left, just above the horizon, you can see the outline of the Bahamas, just over there on the horizon underneath the clouds. Just coming into view now. It's going to look superb, isn't it, when it really comes up? Those colours are just going to be awesome. I mean, they're pretty cool now. Fabulous. Just waiting to see the sun peek over the horizon. There she comes. The sun's breaching the horizon, just gently below those clouds. Look at the rays starting to come out over the water. As Amelia used to say, behind every cloud, the sun is waiting for you. Mesmerizing, isn't it, this game? The lighting is just superb. Approximately 2 hours to our... Look at that. Lighting in the cockpit is just fantastic. It's absolutely terrific. One thing I remember to do this week is I turned off engine failures because she didn't actually have any engine failures, so didn't really want it. I always fly with everything turned on, so failures, stress failures, engine failures, I turn them off just so that we can complete the flights without my engine packing up on me. Candy floss colours on the water as well, from bouncing off of the clouds. How lovely. And they do look like just candy floss, don't they? Yes, Brian, if you've got a key set. There should be a setting. Oh, man. Look at that. Yeah, you should be able to just plonk your thing on your head and press the button. And it'll put you back into VR mode. And then you can reset the viewpoint and everything. That's lovely. I have the guys in the background. Yeah, so one of the ways that they recommend you have your VR set up is obviously, get it all ready, get into the sim in 2D mode, and then once you're happy and settled and ready to fly, you press the button and commence your flight that way. That's how I do it. Otherwise, it becomes very hard to see all the menus and everything. So off to our right over there is the beginnings of Cuba. As we're now between the Bahamas and Cuba. Oh, it's amazing for landings. You can duck your head down, keep an eye on where the airport is. It so much different from 2D. And obviously you can have head tracking, but my room's so light normally that it just doesn't work very well. But the VR stuff is incredible. How's the cable working out? Because the one I had, the Anchor one, which was recommended by loads of people, I found it, because it was literally just straight plug in and stuck out, that it was constantly getting knocked and pulled out. So I got the actual Oculus one, which has got the right angle to connect like yours. Much, much better. So here we are, time to change tanks. 85 gallons left, approximately 6 hours 41 flight time of range left. We're at 4,500 feet. We're approximately doing 155, 157 indicated, 166 ground speed on a track of 147 degrees. And we have just over 2 hours to our first POI, which is flying over Guantanamo Bay. That's super. Look at that. Sorry, I keep going on about sunrise. I love sunrises. Well, it's good to have a long cable. And one thing that I was considering getting was actually a pulley to sit above my head and then have the cable going up into, so it doesn't trail around my desk. So it actually would go up into the pulley and then down, so it would actually not run around the ground and get in the way. As the sun rose higher, the sea became hazy. A few fuzzy crowds sailed lazily beneath the silver wings of the ship. Fred Noonan was not enjoying the scenery as such, but spotting conformations of the islands beneath us and looking for lighthouses to check our course at rate of speed. From Pan American Airways experience, this was ground to him and water well known. A green rug laid out before us. That rug was formed by various tendrils of sea, reaching out and resembling a vivid green snakes wriggling in the maritime garb of Egan. The beauties of these tropic seas, viewed from the air, were in sharp contrast to the leaden dullness of North Atlantic and the far reaches of the Pacific Ocean that I've only seen them from aloft. Oh, how we doing? Are you all okay, guys? Back there? Country Flyer, Floyd Drake, Stairway to Bacon, Dangerous Bite, Papa Joe B's with us now, Tarnish, Stairway to Bacon. What a beautiful morning we have. I know Stairway to Bacon, isn't it? It's just phenomenal. I mean, look at it. Like I keep saying, I've said it so many times. When this was first previewed, I didn't think it would be possible. And here we are, 7 months, nearly 8 months after it was released. And it's still beautiful. It still has its problems, but it's still beautiful. It's breathtaking. And will only get better. I don't know if anybody of you use SoFly, the Weather Plus. Is it Weather Profile Plus? There was an update this morning. So, not using it today myself because I'm just using Few Clouds because that's what it was on the day. Next week's flight, it will take us from San Juan in Puerto Rico down to Venezuela. It's going to be a bit rainy. So we've had sandstorms, beautiful days, cloudy days, and then we're going to have rain. Oh, it's incredible. Isn't it just Papa Joe? It is just beautiful. What a beautiful morning. Excuse the local sound rebel, our ice cream man. He came out when it was snowing. It was like, really? I've seen there's a few add-ons that have come out now to allow you to clean your windows in your default and third-party aircraft. I might get one because this Mooney has a spot just over here on the right wing, the right window, and it always makes me think I've got some dead spots in my monitor, but it's not. It's just grub, and then these grubby marks on the fingerprints and everything on the window, which of course will be there, but it's just like I'd like to clear them off every now and again. Okay, 3 gallons till tank change. Oh, it's beautiful. One of the things when I, obviously was flying, obviously you could only do VFR and you couldn't take off night flights and everything. So this would, all this sort of stuff would, I've never really seen in real life, other than when I've been on transcontinental airlines flights, but it's not the same. Good morning, Country Flyer. I know ice cream's good all year long, but not to go out and get it when it was like -8 or 9 or whatever it was. Knowing my luck, I'd have gone out, got some, skidded, and ended up going top over bottom. So we are 847 miles from San Juan. Not sure I can see the Bahamas just off to our left side, but they are just out there. We're coming up to one of the closest points of them, but I had some salted caramel and chocolate ice cream yesterday, or the other day. It was from Marks and Spencer's. It was lovely. I can see you just about. Hang on. Set my stupid camera thingy. You're just there. You're on my 6 o'clock. Got Papa Joe B, Stairway to Bacon, you, Brian. Country Flyer, Tarnish, and Floyd Drinks. Specsavers. Oh dear. Okay, numbers are all in the green. Rail PM's good. Manifold pressure good. Engine cylinder head temperature's good, engine temperature's good, oil pressure and oil temperature's a little bit on the high side, but still okay. So bring that down, get around 1400. A little bit more fuel will cool down the engine a little bit. We do need more boats. I'd put it on high boats, would you believe? And I haven't seen a single one. Be good to see them, wouldn't it? Because I mean, they're out here. Oh, were there none on the Panama Canal? Hey, Catbat, how lovely to see you. And you're never late. As our friend Colonel would say, you've arrived just when you needed to. It's just having you good just to pop in and say hello. We are en route to San Juan in Puerto Rico. We've got about 296 miles to a POI over Cuba. We are roughly between Bahamas on our left and Cuba on our right. We're heading to cut into shore over Cuba. And we have several Fireflies with us. We've got Tarnish, Country Flyer, Papa Joe B, Dangerous Brian, Stairway to Bacon, and Floyd Drix B. So we're all racing across the Pacific. The sunrise has been absolutely brilliant today. We set off just before dawn. It's been incredible. And now we're seeing the multitudes of blues and greens in the Caribbean. Beautiful day. We had candy floss coloured clouds, beautiful pinks, purples, reds, oranges, yellows. It was fantastic. We have approximately 829 miles to go, and we're about 818 miles from our top of descent. We're just about to cross over in a little while into the Tropic of Cancer, so we'll be into the tropics for the first time. So yeah, about 30 miles till we go into the Tropic of Cancer. One gallon to go, and then it'll be changed tanks. We're travelling around 4,500 feet. Yeah, it is. It's approximately about 6 hours. 6 minutes ish. Notwithstanding, we've got a slight headwind. Approximately, this was the elevation she flew this leg because of the clouds. Fred was having trouble determining land, so they flew between 3,500 and 4,500 feet. 4.5 was the first part of the journey. For the next journey, she flew at 8,000 feet, all across the rest of the Caribbean. Which is strange that she flew at this height, because if you know, if you're still a bit uncertain about your aircraft, especially as you know, thermocouplings had to be welded to the left engine before they took off. You'd have thought they might want it a bit more height, but I guess if you have this far out to sea, doesn't matter how far up you are, right? You're still going for a swim. You're not going to glide anywhere from here. What does she write? She wrote, perhaps it was the newspaper that said it was 3.5. Yes, between 3,500 and 4,800 feet she flew, so we're at 4,500, so it's approximately, we're on track with what she was doing before lunchtime. So cumulus clouds piled high, their shadows floating across the pale waters, flying at 1,000 feet. We sneak beneath some of them, so 1,000 feet below them. So 4,800 less 1,000, 3,800. So yeah, we're in the right zone. Okay, 40-40, time to change tanks. And not do what I did last night on Merce Flight and turn the bloody things off. There we have the guys behind us. Make sure I get some nice pictures of you guys. Cumulus clouds piled high, their shadows lighting across the pillars, flying at 1,000 feet below them. So, Noonan originally estimated they'd arrive at San Juan about 10 past 1 o'clock. And she said, we remembered from when they were flying earlier across the Gulf of Mexico when they were practicing, he predicted that they would see Tampa at 12:10 and he'd landfall 1 minute earlier than he had actually said. So he was quite good at navigating. And with his expert help and the Sperry autopilot, she said that she began to feel that long-range flying had become sissy. The ease and casualness were further extenuated by the marvellous help given by radio. We were alone on this trip, At this, I would be hopping between shorelines, my attention divided between flying the ship and attending to keep track of exactly where I was. So I guess this, this round the world flight was much easier than she had anticipated. Certainly, having flown on her own before and missing her destinations. Thank you, Eback, for the follow. Sorry, it didn't come up for some unknown reason. So what else have we got today? Newspapers, review. Six hours, 7 fuel of range fuel. One hour 38 to the POI over Cuba. 269 miles to go. Oh, Catbat. Oh, you are naughty, but thank you so much. Thank you so much, Catbat. That's really lovely of you. Very kind. Thank you. Hey, Jefferson. I didn't know you were hiding here. How are you doing? Thank you so much, Catbat. That's really kind of you. I've started working on my emotes and my little badges. Hopefully they'll be ready for the next stream. Got a friend of mine who's a graphic designer doing some bits and pieces. I've really started enjoying this, although I get a bit nervous. I was very nervous this morning. And I'm really looking forward to the patch on Tuesday with the flap fix. So that I don't float halfway down the runway like I am at the moment. I've been tending to do single flaps, like takeoff flaps and speed brake. That seems to not be too hideous. Need to come up with a name for the so Murphy's got his he's got his Fireflies. I was thinking of sort of creating ranks based on like pioneers of aviation. Hope you guys are doing okay back there. It's a lot of water again. Just don't think about sharks or anything. We're fine. We have life rafts. I know we're a long way away, but we're going to be landing on runway 10, Brian. Wearing your floaty, well, we'd need it, right? We're not too far away from Cuba. We might make it in a day or so. Yes, we are. I wonder if there's. Well, they have alligators at Nassau, don't they? Which is over in the Bahamas as well. So horrible things. I mean, they're incredible that they've lived for as long as they have and not really changed. Incredible creatures. So we're approximately, I'd say, just off of the closest part to Bermuda on our left-hand side, and approaching Cuba off our nose. And still everything's okay. $78 gallons of fuel. Although the Mooney that did this journey had the capacity to take 200 gallons on board, some 400 gallons less than Amelia could have. Must have been quite the logistics job back in 1937 to make sure that she had mechanics at San Juan, in Venezuela. Oh, thank you. That's really kind. You know, I'm only doing this as a, to share my epic journey around the world with you guys. I can't believe how lucky we are to have found such a great bunch of people to share our adventures with. I think I'd have gone slightly cray-cray if Flight Sim hadn't have been around. Draco Sensei, hello. Very well, thank you. And how are you doing? I'm doing about 154 knots at the moment, Brian. 165 over the ground. I'm at 220 RPM, 20 manifold pressure. I'm really good, thank you, Draco. We took off in the dark. We saw a beautiful Caribbean sunrise, and the sun's, gently rising into the skies now, showing us the beautiful different colouring in the sea as we are flying between the Bahamas over to the left and Cuba on our nose. I had 2 medallions of bacon, 2 slices of toast and scrambled eggs this morning. Orange juice and a coffee. That was my lovely breakfast. We have 245.5 miles until we get to our first POI, which is just around the corner from Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. We have 780 miles to go in total to our destination, 770 miles until we climb down. The runway elevation when we get there is 10 feet, so won't be a massive scramble to get down. Kazaki Flyer, hello, welcome, good to see you. Welcome along to the Amelia Earhart round the world flight. We are on our way from Miami to San Juan in Puerto Rico. We have some of the guys with us. We've got Tarnish, Country Flyer, Stairway to Bacon, Papa Joe B, Dangerous Brian and Floyd Drix B. They've been flying with us since just before dawn, well, 5:56 a.m. local time, Florida. We took off. Pitch black then, and we've seen some beautiful sunrise as we head down across the Caribbean towards Cuba, which is off onto our nose. And then once we get over Cuba and just above Guantanamo Bay, we'll swing left and we'll head southwards across Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and then over into Puerto Rico. So we're going to see 4 countries today. No problem, Draco. Should be able to see us on the map. There's a few of us heading across the Caribbean. Okay, 2 gallons till we need to switch tanks again. 5 hours 56 fuel range left. We're approximately doing 13.1 gallons per hour. 1 hour 27 to just above Guantanamo Bay. Flying approximately 4,500 feet at around about 155, 156, indicated 165 ground. And the time that we're at currently is sometime after 7, so it's 9 minutes past 7 in the morning. Setting is few clouds, and the wind is coming from the west, from the east, so it's coming from 90 degrees. Yeah, we got up and away very early because obviously a 6-hour flight this one. Otherwise I'll have a numb bum by the time I get there. Incroyable. And we're now in the tropics, so we crossed the Tropic of Cancer about 10 miles back. So, bit of planning for ahead. So, Louis Manos Marin International. It's in the mountainous terrain in South Quadrants. It's a primary class C nowadays. Elevation is 10 feet. It's 3 miles north of southeast, 3 nautical miles southeast of San Juan. It's got a right-hand traffic pattern. Visual guidance procedures by PAPIs on the left side of the runway. There is a visual approach, but there is obstacle departure procedures. So obviously they've got big buildings on this end if they come this runway. And that's what the approach view looks like on the way in. Okay. Yes, Draco, it does. So, yep. If you load that in, it will do the whole route. The thing to know about it is that when you're on the ground, if you pick a parking spot to depart from, that you have to change it in the drop down at the top of the screen rather than changing it by saying to set departure onto a parking spot. Otherwise it nukes your legs or any waypoints that you put in. So it's a little bit of a pain, but if you do that, it should be fine. And that's the reason for doing the plan files, is so that, you know, if we do like yesterday when we were flying with Murph and it was God, he had me get work on that one. If there's lots and lots and lots and lots of waypoints, you can load them in and it will fly perfectly. Okay, 1 nautical mile till I need to change my tanks. 76 gallons of fuel remaining. During the flight, Fred would have been sat in the back of the Electra. Most of the windows had been filled in, but there was a window on the right-hand side of the aircraft in the back where Fred sat, and he had all his sextants and everything which he used to do all the navigation with. She thought she had it easy, you know, with the autopilots and systems we have today. I think in one of the newspaper articles there was a small little piece in there. It said Amelia Earhart looks from the cockpit of her plane into the skies through which she plans to circle the Earth on a pleasure trip. Yeah, it's more than a pleasure trip. The instrument aboard Amelia's aircraft, with the flyer at the control, all of the developments of science in the interest of efficient air performance are reflected in the dials and indicators which she faces as she guides her plane on its journey. Which was the picture they had in the Herald. So, and the picture above was, that's got a long way to go. So Amelia Earhart goes over the details of her motor of her plane in Miami Municipal Airport as final test of a preliminary to her hop around the world. And she's sat there on a step ladder talking to a Pan American Airlines engineer who's they all had work suits with her initials on the back. Yeah, so this is the Herald, Miami, Florida, 1st of June 1937. The weather the day before was pretty good. High temperature 84, low temperature 72, mean 78. Interesting to see. Made uniforms were $2.79. this is one of the similar photos they had of her at the cockpit with all the technological dials, of course, and the round wheel on the yoke. That should probably be 40 now, the 35. So switch to left tank. 75 gallons, 1L18 to POI, 216.4 nautical miles. And while I'm at it, I might as well approach. We're coming into runway 10, aren't we? So runway 10 is going to be 109.7. Just paying that in for now. I don't need it for a while, but it's quite a cool plane, Kazaki Flyer, the Lockheed Hudson. Again, it had the twin tail, twin rudder setup. Even had the similar RDF equipment, but rather than being on the top of the cockpit, it was a little bit mid back. Oh, I didn't do a Windows update before I started, but I think there was one in the week. You might want to leave it, Draco, until later. Yeah, there are 3 Pipers, which is really weird. I imagine I'll go for the Just Flight one though, because they've been pretty solid with all their aircraft development over the years. Oh, good luck then, Draco. So I reckon we're about 108 miles before we cross over landfall over the top of Cuba. So That's good to hear, Draco. I mean, you've been having a torrid time of it, so I'm glad that you got you got more time out of it than you had for a while. I'm not going to be overly optimistic. I've had a CTD on every leg so far, so I'm almost prepared for it. Although the air might go blue. I'll have to mute my microphone if it does. I just want to fly. I just want to fly. I know, right? I mean, it was... And then I think a couple of people had some CTDs on the stream on Wednesday. But I don't think it was many. I think Brian had one. I think there was a couple of people had one. I didn't get one. I'm due one. Hey Brian. Did you get a CTD on Wednesday? Oh, sorry, yeah, Wednesday. Yeah. We were just wondering, because there was quite a lot of people there, whether or not that had an impact on any CTDs people had. I mean, that said, I had one last week and we only had a few of us with us, didn't we? Ah, yeah, that's right. Draco has had tons of late. Well, not recently, since you haven't had one since you... cool, that's good though. Yeah, I didn't get rid of the VC run times. That's probably going to be my downfall, right? Because my machine's relatively new. So those one would have been there somewhere. Yeah, Papa Tube. Yeah, exactly. It's an optional one, I think. It's an optional update. It's going to be included in Tuesday's Windows update, patch Tuesday. So we're going to have a sim update and we're going to have a Windows Tuesday, patch Tuesday this week. Yeah, you could be right, Brian. How are you doing back there, guys? Still not quite firewalling it, but I'm being quite gentle, trying to preserve the fuel. Oh, it's wonderful fun. That was beautiful last night, flying through Canada. Those valleys were absolutely stonking. I had trouble seeing that that grass front runway on at Banff for the first time. As far as I'm aware, it works properly. Stairway to Bacon. It certainly counts down, and if you thrash it, it goes that it changes. which I'm not going to do today just because I want to preserve my fuel. I've got plenty to get where I'm going though. Certainly is, Brian. Look at the different colours of the water out there. Beautiful. Look at that. I'm certainly tapping along while I'm flying, yeah. I keep hitting my rudders, like that you mean? I'm terrible. Colours are lovely. Yeah, I've got some screenshots. I'm staying as steady as I can. It's a very popular yoke, the CH Eclipse one. What an amazing world we have. You see the currents in the water. This sim is just incredible. You know, I know people say it's got a little way to go. Oh, the Mooney. The Mooney, I love it. Although I think the Piper might run it a close second. It's a good aircraft. But of all the aircraft I've bought that's not an ultralight, I love the Mooney. Just love it. I'm so glad that Murph reviewed it. And it's just, the engine noise is lovely. Though I have found the more people that are with me, my engine noise changes until I'm away from people and then it goes back to the Mooney again. It's really strange. Right, okay. Okay, well, at least it's not just the Mooney then, because because the tone, the note. Oh, thank you, Kazeki Fly, for the follow. I don't know why my notifications aren't coming up. They were working earlier, and now they're not. but the engine note in the Mooney is just so distinctive, and when it's not the Mooney, you know it. And it just sounds so strange when it's not. Okay, Draco. Although I'm still in front, I'm keeping it as I always do with the numbers. See, I'm not. I guess I'm not, because I fly like I flew in real life, and I never flew warbirds and anything. However, the other night when Colonel Falk, when we did that Mach loop and everything, I really liked that. And the MB339 is, as Hammy says, is quite forgiving. Yeah, and that makes total sense. Total sense, Draco. Tarnish is coming into sight. Dangerous Brian, Country Flyer, Void Drix, Stairway to Bacon. Draco's on his way. Well, yeah, well, I did have a yoke, and then I saw the alpha yoke. So I got that. I've ordered Bravo throttle. God knows when I'll ever get that, although Aerosoft say that I'm due to have it shipped between the 8th and 12th of March. I'll believe it when I see it. Poor old Stuart ailerons into the wind. He ordered his back in February, and he's not seen hide nor hair of it. And yet, then I bought a new computer, and that's about 2,300 quid's worth. So, and my other half's got the VR, which I steal all the time. But I was going to buy the Charlie rudders, but with how Honeycomb have sort of been with the distribution of the Bravos, I'm a little bit tempted not to, and I might get the TPM ones instead. Yeah, I bought a new PC, a 6800 XT, Radeon X 6800 XT, which is really good. Didn't need a power supply unit, had that for a few years. No, they weren't. However, if you know and they said before in November that they were going to, once they'd shipped their sets of orders, they would send them to distributors, and then they started selling them on their shop in December for shipment in January, and the distributors still didn't get any, I think is wrong. If you've got spare stock, send it to the distributors. There are people who've been ordered like February last year. Plenty of people over on the Discord, Kingsman, that will help. You know, Naughty Gnomes recently posted his sim rig update he's going to have for his, and it's going to be absolutely stonking. He'll, you know, get a good graphics card in that when he can, and it'll last him years. My other half did a lot of the research on my computer. She researched all the parts, including, you know, best memory to do XMP and all sorts of stuff. Crikey, I guess I've been building PCs since 1983, when I first took my first 386SX apart and rebuilt it. God, those were the heady days, right? You know, we think about the aviation and the pilots of their days, and how they were pioneers, and then we have, you know, technology and what we've seen through that. Yeah, I mean, there's some good laptops out there. I've got a Razer Blade 15 Advanced Mercury, which it's got 32 gig of RAM in it. It's got a decent graphic. What's it got? It's an RTX 2070. So 32 gig of RAM. I think is it a 7700 Intel i7? That plays well. So I got it so that I used to travel a lot with work, and then I got made redundant. So I haven't really travelled with it yet. But once this it does, yeah, it's pretty good, Brian. I mean, the thing with AMD is that their drivers can be ropey, especially this one, because they've only done one Windows Hardware Lab qualified driver since its launch, which was in November. So they haven't released another certified one since. So you take what you can get. Your mileage may vary, and you might get a really good driver, or you may get a really bad one. The launch one wasn't too bad, but it's the only one I can roll back to if I have problems. But this latest optional one seems to be okay. They do seem to be responding to people's reports if they have crashes and stuff. The only thing about the 68, I guess Hammy and I got them at the same time. I paid a little bit over the odds for it, but it was retail rather than, you know, buying from eBay or anything like that. I really want a Reverb G2 as well, but you can't get them for love nor money. I mean, they're going for what now? Oh, time to change tanks. I've seen them on eBay this morning for like £1,200 when they're only like £600 retail. I'm really happy with my computer. Really happy with it. My old one lasted really well though. You know, for crikey, you know, it lasted over 7 years, nearly 8 years, I guess. Had a 5820 Haswell E, which was very overclockable. I had 48 gig of RAM in it, an RTX 2080. It was alright for its day. This one can go on Ultra. I have it on high. There's not a lot of difference that I can see on my screen. I haven't got a 4K monitor. I've got a 21:9 34-inch ultra widescreen, so it's not quite as crisp and sharp as a 4K monitor would be. So, I mean, look at it though. I mean, you know, graphically, I mean, I guess you can't see my screen, but to me, it's showing all the PBR textures. I can see, the quality of the riveting and the panel. The panel works where it's not quite even and stuff. So I think on high end, it still looks incredible. I get all the lens flares, the blooms. I turn off that horrible, horrible, horrible motion blur, which makes me a bit sick. Draco! There's Draco's with us now. You really did go rental power. So 53 minutes till POI. Ah, good old slew mode, huh? Rental power for the new age, slew mode. $70 gallons of fuel, RPM 200, manifold pressure 20 inches, CHT 366 degrees, EGT 1402, oil pressure. Oil temperature still a little bit high, but everything else is good. Tracking 149, 165 ground speed, approximately 155160 indicated at 4,500 feet. Bit nice and stable, bit windy, bit wobbly. Okay, 7:44 in the morning. Nearly been going for 2 hours. We have Cuba. Cuba is just off to on the horizon over there to the right. You can just see some of the edge of the land there, so we're getting quite close now. If you're flying along today or even sitting watching, make sure to stretch your legs. Cuba ahoy! Not that I'm aware of, Papa Joe. No, I don't think there is at the moment. I mean, obviously, if you drop out of the sim, you could load it, but if you load in on someone that's got a plan loaded, you'll get theirs. But no, that's a big miss, really. I mean, the only other way to do it is to program it in. But obviously, if you've got loads of waypoints, twisting knobs and everything, it's not the easiest thing in the world. Although you have to do it in real life, but it's easier to control in real life. The Mooney's a lovely aircraft. The 339, I'm still not brilliant with it, but I didn't kill myself, which was a good start. And I was quite daring on that Mach loop run to keep it quite low. I think we need to get Colonel Fort to organise a Grand Canyon run. I think some jets flying through the Grand Canyon would be absolutely amazing. So Papa Joe, just to let you know, we're tracking 149 degrees for approximately 48 nautical miles, and then we'll change from that and we'll track 118 degrees for 524 nautical miles, and that'll take us all the way pretty much into runway 10 at San Juan. So 150 at the moment, so between 147 and 150, tracking down then to 118, so 112 degrees. If you wanted to, I guess, if you wanted to put a direct to the closest airport that we will fly over near Nuevo Ualo is Mike Uniform Golf Mike, which is Guantanamo Bay. That would give you I guess, how far away is from there? It's only about 8 miles away from the POI that I'm aiming at, so you could do that if you wanted to. So that was Mike Uniform Golf Mike, and then from Mike Uniform Golf Mike down to Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet. That would give you an approximate of the flight plan that we're doing. No, you're very welcome. I don't expect people to fly the whole 6 hours with me. It's just lovely to have people come along and experience it with me, because I want to get this done. It's going to take me a long time, but it's cracking. They almost need a follow mode, don't they, where you can actually click on someone that's in your group and say follow this person, and it sets your autopilots and everything. Cuba. I've never been to Cuba. I've been to the British Virgin Isles when I was in my days of tax advice. Yeah, the G1000, is that the working title G1000 3000 mod? Because if it is, that's really good. I use a similar mod for the 530, and it's also very, very good. You're welcome, Kaziki Flyer. I think it's helpful. It's helpful to have something, even if you're just flying by hand. It's just nice to have a direction in if you need to run away for a little while and just pop it on autopilot. So people are asking about a library of them. So if Murph wants to put a library up at some point, I've saved all the flight plans from when I started doing them with Brian, so I do have them all. Oh, Cat Bat, you're with us now. Look at you. There you are. I was Tarnish. Cat Bat, Floydrix. So much for watching. Welcome along, Cat Bat. And there's sunny Cuba. Yeah, there are some that are fantastic, like that Ethiopia one, the one in Africa over the valleys in Ethiopia. I was so surprised at how fantastically beautiful that was. That flight stuck with me. That of all the flights we've done, Canada was beautiful yesterday, but that Ethiopia flight, I really liked. There was a storm as well, which made it even more, atmospheric. No pun intended. But the storm going off, the lightning in the distance, we got into dusk. Yeah, they're all catching me up now. I have kept my speed pretty much the same. I'm 165 and a bit. Ground speed 156, 155 indicated. So everything's on the numbers. RPM 220, manifold pressure 20 inches. CHT 366 degrees Fahrenheit, engine temperature 1403, oil pressure 55 psi, and oil temperature a bit high at 194, but can't really do very much about that. There's Tarnish lying down below. Yeah, I'm pretty solid at 4,500. The wind can't quite seem to make its mind up, swirling around out there. Take care, Tarnish. Lovely to have flown with you. Take care and have a great rest of your Saturday. Take care and see you soon. Yeah, we always have room for anyone that wants to come along. Ta-da! So I don't know if you heard that earlier, Catbat, but the closest point to the POI in my plan, if you've not loaded it, is Mike Uniform Golf Mike Guantanamo Bay, and then from there we'd go down to Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet. Well, we won't have too much of a swim if anything goes wrong now, right, guys? Just follow the leader. Yeah, I do know where I'm going, although I've never flown there before. Oh, I can do backstroke. And we've all got our floaties. We can doggy paddle in. Yeah, that's right. Cat bat 149 degrees at the moment. Pretty much until we swing down towards TJSJ. I see you out on my left wing to my 8 o'clock. So in time is about coming up to 8 o'clock. So 2 hours on the nose since we took off. Woof! Someone right there. All of a sudden, plane. You're very welcome. No worries, Draco. That yeah, that I thought that might help you, Brian. It's probably the best approach into that airport, to be honest. If you load, obviously, if you'd loaded today's, it also does a similar thing. Takes you roughly right to the airport. There we go, Cuba. Just to shortly make landfall. It's funny when they do that. I mean, I'm not good. I'm not like the aerobats in our group. But every now and again, I'm like I get close enough to sort of stay around with someone, and then if there's a sim dropout or a slowdown, it's like literally all of a sudden they're like I end up going through them. It's like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean that. Look at me wobbling in the wind, Jesus. I say it doesn't quite know which way to go. Anyone would think I didn't know how to fly this thing. Sperry. All buttons. .634 nautical till destination. Just about to make landfall. Should be an airport to our right, which is Jesus Menendez, Laura Airport. You know, sometimes the sea is funny in this game. In some places it has beautiful waves and everything coming up to the shore, and in other places, none. I tend to look at the runway that's got a crosswind and then expect to land on that one. With to make it interesting. Here we go, crossing over. We're now over Cuba. So welcome to our first new country on this trip. 1 gallon till fuel tank change. Yes, Draco, that's still a thing until Tuesday. So they've delayed the sim update 3 to fix that. Yeah, if you're in the red and silver, Brian, yeah, I absolutely have picked that. And there's a really good reason for that. And that's that the Electra that Amelia Earhart flew, despite the fact that a lot of it was silver, it had red on the leading edges of the wing. And it's between the two rudders on the rear, there was a red panel. So she had a silver and red plane. So I've tried to, use silver and red Mooney. I do like the silver and red Mooney though. Yeah, the flaps issue's a pain. And of course we're using the Mooney because on the 80th anniversary flight, a Mooney was flown around the world on the same route that we're flying. Had 200 gallons of fuel on board. And the Mooney flies approximately the same speed as the Electra did, so it's all pretty appropriate, really. I mean, I guess the only thing, we'll be having a cup of Java and an illegal cigar. Well, I guess they are illegal. Well, they're legal here, right? Yeah, a little bit older than this one. Right, 30 gallons. Just changing to left fuel tank. 65 gallons of fuel left. 5 hours, 1 minute flying time. We are 87 miles away from our first direction change. So I'm a bit quiet over this bit. There is, but the trouble with those hot fixes are, it's only for the aircraft in the sim. It doesn't as far as I know, it only does the aircraft that came with the game. They don't have the same values for all of the aircraft. So I'm quite happy to wait. I think for the Mooney, 1 set of flaps, takeoff flaps, and the speed brakes shouldn't be too bad. I might come in a little bit faster than I would hope, but I'm quite conservative when I fly. In that I like to do things just right, and the flaps issue doesn't let me do things just right. If I was coming down, I'd set everything up, get everything, literally not have to touch any of my controls until I was, coming off of autopilot. It would just, come down on the numbers, but at the moment it's a bit hideous. I mean, generally the answer is to go into your config file and change the coefficient numbers and divide it by half, divide it in 2, because they've doubled everything. But I'm not a fan of editing config files for a game where physics are concerned. I'm just glad they're fixing it this week. I don't mind them pushing out the sim update to fix this, because it's, people who want to release aircrafts won't want to whilst this is in game. That's how I was taught, though, by the book. My instructor. I remember when it was my lesson when I was doing the first where you do your climbs and your descents, and you've got to basically pat your head, rub your tummy, stand on 1 foot, and recite a very obscure poem backwards. Power, attitude, trim, attitude, power, trim, and then every 500 feet up to do the to do your lookouts, and then every 500 feet on the way down, the next 500 feet check your oil. And I also like to be prepared in advance, so when we're on flying with Murph and everything, often I'm a little way away from everybody else, but just because I'm sat here and I'm planning where I'm going, how I'm going, why I'm going. I don't have my kneeboard on today, but I've got it all written down on a notepad in front of me. But normally I have my kneeboard on and I write down all the directions and the VORs. Yeah, always look on a safe space. You know, can you get there? Do my S turns. I don't do them in game at the moment, but when we get a little bit, you know, once we're doing the ATC and stuff, and then we can, you know, do our S turns and stuff. Because we're recreating this flight, there weren't that many people around then. Yeah, because I used to like looking at instruments, making sure they're okay, but I used to get clips around the back of the head with my instructor. Eyes outside, Alison. Eyes outside. Yeah, sadly I got ill, so my flying had to stop. However, I've got my joy of flying back in the flight sim and sharing with you guys, flying around with you guys, exploring the world together. I think, you know, maybe one day when I get off my medication I can go back. But while I'm on this stuff, they won't let me fly. So. But you know, if you guys you know, haven't flown and want to fly, it's incredible. My only regret in life is I didn't do it earlier. You know, I started quite late. I just wanted to give myself a challenge, and like learning languages and things. I always set myself something to do, and I thought, do you know what? I love traveling and flying, and I love, you know, everything about aviation, but I've never flown. Done flight sim, but never flown. And then, you know, had a trial lesson, absolutely loved it, and went on from there. But as you say, this is the next best thing, especially now. Especially now, when you know, when you look out of the aircraft and you see the world in its glory, like we have. I mean, it's the, yeah. I know that you can get it with Auto for XP and everything, but Auto for XP, you need a darn sight a lot of hard drive space to map the world in that. Yeah, auto plates and Orbex sceneries and all that stuff, plus a wad of cache. Whereas this is literally out of the box. I have very little in terms of sceneries that I've bought. I've got Newcastle Airport because I have to. It's my airport. It's where I learned to fly. It's where my flight school was, and it's the airport that's 10 minutes from my house. So, yeah, it is. I love flying with everybody. You know, yeah, Brian and I used to fly around on a Saturday afternoon together. We did Norway, we did Japan. We've done most of the flights with Murph. The flights with Murph. I am so glad that I plucked up the courage to fly along. I'd been lurking for a long time in the background, and then I started talking, and then I was like, I've got now I've got the sim, but I don't know. You know, I've been put off a lot of online games. And then it was realising how lovely everybody was. Hey, Annalisa, happy afternoon to you. How are you doing, darling? I hope you're well. You joined us over Cuba. Well, you know, If there's anything I can teach people, I will. I only know GA. I couldn't teach anybody about jets or anything. Yeah, put me in a Cessna. I can teach you to fly it. Land on a postage stamp. Yeah, when I was learning landings, my instructor was a great believer of do not aim for the numbers, aim for the 1,000-foot marker. But he was always like, well, as you come down onto that 1,000-foot marker, imagine there's a double-decker bus. He said, and so when you come down, I want you to level out and land on its roof. And as you're landing on its roof, I want you to pull back the power, and that's how he taught me how to come in and flare. Yeah, a friend of mine, she took some flight lessons when she was 60, and I thought if she can do it, I can do it, and I could. And it's the best thing ever. And if you ever get the chance, even if it's just for a trial flight, get your bum in the seat, get up in that sky, and you will be amazed. Just, I mean, sat in a little Cessna on the runway at Newcastle Airport just after a 737 had come through. You have to scoot out onto the runway, do a little half turn halfway down, and then belt the way out so that you don't hold any of the other aircraft coming in. And I used to fly up and down the East Coast, north of Newcastle. That's where I used to do all my flying, and it's just beautiful. And I was just so awestruck at how in control. I mean, the only thing you don't get when you're flight simming is that three-dimensional movement of your bum moving around. It's amazing. Yeah, it's like I say, biggest regret in my life is I didn't start early enough, and then I got ill, which meant it cut it short. But hey, I won't regret it. I've done it. Take care, Papa Joe B. Have a lovely rest of your afternoon. See you soon. Take care. Well, did you know, Annalisa, you can get something called a butt kicker, and you can actually get something that goes under your chair that vibrates and wobbles and makes your chair move like just as the aircraft does. I think Luna's World has one, and he says it's incredible. I think they're quite expensive though. I'll have to do some reviewing before I even try that one. I hope you've had a great Saturday morning, Annalisa. We are about 57 miles away from Guantanamo Bay. We're over Cuba. We have some 592 nautical miles to go. Started off at 5:56 a.m. this morning out of Miami when it was dark. Flew out over the Caribbean. The sunset was incredible this morning. Absolutely incredible. We have some Fireflies with us still, so we've got Draco, Catbat, Floydrix, Dangerous Brian, Kozuki Flyer and Country Flyer all with me here. So we've been going for approximately, so it's 8:16 now, so 2.25 hours so far we've been going. The total flight's going to be about 6 hours-ish. And here we are in Cuba. I've never been to Cuba before. This looks nice. They're all following me. It's lovely to have people along. So, Annalisa, you weren't. I don't know if you were here earlier. I showed newspapers that I found. So, newspapers of the flight kickoff, and yeah. It was funny. It had like a short little paragraph, and then down into a full, like, second page. Full uniforms for $2.79. Those were the days, huh? Well, if you're at least 4,500 feet off the ground, Brian, we shouldn't hit any mountains. The highest one's about 2,464 feet, so we should clear it. Oh dear, that was the route 66, right? You woke up the beer in your lap and crashed, literally, you and the aircraft. But I was so tired though. I managed to do some of it and then got tired, and I got back for the last bit. Well, I think somehow we might need to fix that at some point, Annalise. So you've got to join the pink ladies. We need more lady flyers. Oh, I want to do 30 and 32, so 2 gallons till change tanks. No, it's not well, it's a single leg. So it's a full single leg of 969 nautical miles, Kingsman. So we've got 584 miles to go. I think we might need to do something about this. Might have to talk to people in the know, right, Brian? See if we can get Annalisa up in the air with us. Well, I'm sure we can. Do you know what? I've probably got enough computer parts here for you to build you a second one out of my old one, which will play it. So this is where we are approximately. So we're coming up towards Guantanamo and Guantanamo Bay, and then we take a turn down to 112 degrees, and we fly over Haiti, all the way over Haiti, and then into the Dominican Republic, across the Dominican Republic, and then over into Puerto Rico, and down into Luis Munoz Marin. Plenty of time and plenty of flying time left. Well, Cuba's pretty. I know, look at it. Oh, there's the moon. The moon's right above us now. We have the guys in the background. Cat back down below us. I didn't, Brian. What did you do? Yeah. Hope you didn't nearly hit a mountain, Brian. Pretty, isn't it? The fast and the dangerous Cuba drift off to sleep. It definitely sounds dangerous. This will be worth coming back to and having a fly around. One gallon to go and then change tanks. Manifold pressures needs to change. Go up a little bit. Come on. Numbers. We do need to get Annalisa back flying with us. And then we get Mrs. Two-Tone flying. Then we can have a girls' flight. And with Join FS, we can do shared cockpit. Do some Two-Tone Murphy flying school. Brian, in about 33 miles, I'm going to change course. Just letting you know. So in about 12 minutes. No! No, Campan, no. Oh, no. Sorry, mate. No. We're 12 minutes away from Guantanamo Bay. Oh. So nearly been streaming 3 hours. This is nice. Look at that. Pretty. I had 2 pieces of toast with Marmite on for my lunch. I had a big breakfast though, Annalisa. I had 2 medallions of bacon, 2 slices of toast with scrambled egg, orange juice and coffee. It was my breakfast, so I didn't want very much for lunch. What did you have, Annalisa? I must have a look for that crunchy chocolate spread. Um, 155 knots still. 165 over the ground. I'm sure it's dangerously sugary, but I love crunchy. Okay, 30 gallons, changing to right fuel tank. 60 gallons left. 4 hours 38 flight time left. 24 nautical miles to Guantanamo Bay. 8.37 ETE. Okay, Brian, see you in a bit. Mind the mountain. Yeah, I know. We definitely need some. We need some lady flyers. Need someone to fly with me. Isn't it? It's lovely. You know, I guess. Well, you know, in the Tropic of Cancer, it's seas all around it. Gets a good amount of rain, good nice amount of sun. It's one place I've never been to, Cuba. Country of extremes, as I understand it, from people who have been there. So that should be Guantanamo off the nose. You had rice for curry, Catbat. I think, what have we got tonight? Oh, tonight we have hot dogs. We're having hot dogs tonight. Draco, Stairway to Bacon, still with us. Boy Drixie, Dangerous Brian, Country Flyer. I think Fly Darren's had a lot of curry as well, hasn't he? I suppose he's not able to take off. Tend to make our own. Hey Stasha6, lovely to meet you. Yes, Atchison, Kansas, where Amelia Earhart was born. Where they still have the Amelia Earhart Museum, run by the 99s. Glad you're joining us today. We're currently over Cuba, on our way to San Juan in Puerto Rico. Got a whole 548 nautical miles to go. Oh, superb. You know, all through the journey I've got lots of pictures, and I've been showing of newspaper articles I found and everything, and sort of reading from some of her notes, and then exploring this. When we get to Howland Island, Jefferson 2001 has done something incredible for us when we get there. And he's I don't know if you know, but the Howland Island has a light on it called the Earhart light. Currently it's in quite a dilapidated state, but Jefferson has done it just like it was when it was brand new. There's a little sign and everything on the beach, which we'll all pull up next to and everything. It's going to be fantastic. You do. I'll link it. I'll link it on the week of the Howland Island flight. He's done a fantastic job on it, and I've had a quick peek on the back of the sign. So if you're listening, Japson, I've seen what you've written on the back of that sign, and it's wonderful. But it's incredible. So I'll link it in the flight with the flight plans when we do that journey. That's going to be a long old flight, though. It's the longest one of the lot. And it's not surprising they couldn't see it. I mean, it's it's flat as a pancake, just juts out of the Pacific. It's not very big. Even from a few thousand feet in the air, it's quite hard to spot. At the day that they were flying, they were at 10,000 feet. It must have been almost impossible. Yeah, it's very small, isn't it? Especially, Noonan had problems with identifying small outcrops of land over sea because of the clouds making shadows on the ground, especially when you're looking for an atoll. It's almost like a cumulus mirage. So Guantanamo Bay is on our 11 o'clock. Oh no, you're down in San Juan. The nearest airport to us right now, Catbat, is Mike Uniform Golf Mike. It's definitely a non-stop flight. Yeah, they didn't stop. We stop only when they stop. So, which is why some of them are going to be incredible journeys. The one across the Atlantic from Natal is going to be about 13 hours. See you in about 30 seconds then, Catbat. Yeah, it's definitely a non-stop flight, Brian. Yep. Yeah, no Dakar. I've wanted to do something like this for a long time, Annalisa, and her flight around the world was always something that captured my imagination when I was younger. And I know I'm not in the Electra, and they don't have one yet, but the Mooney did the 80th anniversary flight. So now I'm changing direction, Brian, just to let you know. I'm going to track 112 degrees. Thank you, Stasha. Yeah, the one across the Atlantic, I will stop at Howland. I know that some of the recreation flights that they've done since, literally dropped wreaths and flowers and carried on to Honolulu. But I'm actually going to land there as though we were refueling as they planned to do with the Itasca, US Coast Guard cutter. I'm now flying. I'm going to be tracking 112 degrees, Brian. I'm now 112. So 3 hours to destination. 521.8 nautical miles to go. And I'm even going to do a backtrack leg splasher. So when she was on a particular part of her flight, she suffered from dysentery on one of the legs, and she had to go back from Badoeng. So we'll fly to Badoeng and then we'll go back again, just to recreate it, so that we've actually got the the same number of legs she did. Obviously, we will get to the place she never did, and we will carry on to Honolulu and then back to San Francisco and complete the flight. I said I was going to do this sort of October time last year, and then I spent a lot of time researching the plane she was in, the amount of cargo, the amount of fuel, the rate of climbs it had. I normally post all the metrics for each flight that I'm going to be flying. So next week, when we're at 8,000 feet, which is the optimum height that the Electra flew on most of the legs, we'll be flying at that, and we'll have all the different rates of manifold pressure, RPMs and everything for that flight. And so here we are, guys. We're over Guantanamo Bay, which is obviously more notorious in local times. Cat Bat's ahead of us. I see him there. So the Guantanamo Bay is over there. The airport's on off our 3 o'clock. And we'll shortly be heading out again, leaving Cuba, heading for Haiti. So I'm looking to get a Tesla Model Y next year. Sorry, later this year when it comes out in the UK. And there's a YouTuber that does a lot of driving around their Tesla. And he takes a microwave with him because, of course, it's an electric car, and he can plug it in, cook his lunches on the journeys. So clever. Yes, we're changing direction at Gitmo. We're heading from there direct to San Juan, and I'm tracking about 107 degrees at the moment, Draco. Yeah, I see you there, Brian. Sometimes the sim puts us in different places because of servers, but you're all still here. Draco, Flodrick, Stairway to Bacon, Country Flyer, Draco, Kozaki Flyer, Catbat is just over there. To my 11 o'clock. Probably 11 o'clock high. Yeah, Draco, that's right. Yeah, a lot, where that part of the sea is where people fled this country from, and they take quite a risk getting over to Florida. I mean, one day it might change here, but politics is a fickle thing. So 27, 2 gallons to go till change. Manifold pressure 20 RPMs drifting around a bit, 220, 221. Still 4,500 feet, bouncing around 155 knots, 165 ground, 4,500 feet. 67 gallons of fuel remaining, 4 hours 23 flight time. So the next piece of land we'll see once we leave Cuba is Bombardier Point. It's in Haiti. Yeah, I watched a video of the Electra taking off this morning. The sound of those Pratt & Whitney engines, oh man, wonderful. I don't know if any of you have seen the film Amelia. I mean, it's not this is not a blockbuster or anything, but they have an Electra 10E that they used in that. Oh, sound of that aircraft. I'm looking forward to later in this year when they bring out the Vega B, and the Vega B I'll do a transatlantic crossing. In that, and I'll also do her Grand Circle East Coast to West Coast, West Coast to East Coast flight. And I hope they'll bring out a gyrocopter, and if they do a gyrocopter that's anything like the one Amelia used to fly, I'd like to do that too, coast to coast in a gyrocopter. Take me forever. But and there we go. So say tatty bye to Cuba as we head out towards Haiti. Here comes Dangerous Brian up on my my right hand side, my left hand side as I look. My right hand side as I'm looking at him. So we had a nice dark start, beautiful, beautiful sunrise as we approach Bahamas. Some beautiful colours in the sea. Light gentle clouds flying ahead of us now. And we're approximately at coming up to 9 o'clock in the morning, having left at 05:56 a.m. The sim is incredible. The weather is incredible. I think the lighting's fantastic. Celestial navigation. We can do some celestial. Be interesting if you could, but I bet you can't. Although they say that the stars are in all the right places, right? It'd be very difficult to position a sextant. Make sure you stretch your legs, guys. Obviously, it's a long flight. Let Sperry take some of the flying off your hands and move around. There's Dangerous Brian off to my 4 o'clock. They did do something, didn't they? I mean, the great thing is though, is that just I know that it's built to expand. You know, as computers get better, it will get faster and faster and whatever. But the fact is that they didn't do like an EverQuest 2, which was designed for computers in the future, and no one could play it. At least from day one, people could play this game and fly. With the beauty it is, even on some of the lower end computers, people that post their videos and the streams still looks stunning. Oh, red moons, aren't they beautiful? Have you ever tried those glasses that can make you see colour? There's a cat back there, Brian right behind me, and matching colours. Let's get a screeny. It's incredible what they're doing. Scotland, hey, how are you doing? No problem at all. This is a long old flight, so good to see you. Yeah, we're doing good. We've just left Cuba. Cuba's behind us now. We've got about just shy of 500 nautical miles to go. So we're approximately halfway now. We have several of people with us. We've got Dangerous Brian, Stairway to Bacon, Country Flyer, Draco, Kozaki Flyer and Catbat. They've all joined me out here and on our way down to San Juan in Puerto Rico. We've just left Cuba and we're now headed towards the coast of Haiti. And then it'll be over the Dominican Republic. And then once we're over the Dominican Republic, we will be not far from Puerto Rico. And then it's down there to San Juan. How you doing? What have you been up to? Having a good day? We had Papa Joe B earlier and Tarnish. They had to drop off, but they flew along for a long way. It was lovely to have them here with us. We set up at 5:56 a.m. local time Miami, still dark. Flew out over into the Caribbean and the sun came up and the sunrise was spectacular. I've put some pictures on Discord already. And it's been pretty good all the way down. that your working done for the weekend? Are you off now till Monday? 25 gallons on the nose, changing to left tank. 55 gallons remaining. 4 hours, 12 minutes fuel. Isn't it incredible what you can get screenshot wise in this game? Just flying around in a little ultralight during the week. It always makes me giggle, and it's just incredible when you know, low and slow and having a look around. Okay, there's Haiti off the nose. It was like that one Johnny did, didn't it? Where he was stood by the Mooney. You had to really double check to see that it was actually a Photoshop of him with a game aircraft. Sometimes it gets really hard to tell if it's a, especially with nameplates up and everything. I have them on so I can see who people are and where they are, and so I can say hello, because it's really hard otherwise you're not quite sure who's with you. Well, it's very possible. You know, the graphics and everything are just incredible. And that I don't know if you've got the Vegas scenery pack that's been done, but that is pretty close to the real thing. So Buccaneers Point, 12 o'clock. I will definitely be getting the Robin, the Arrow 3. Definitely getting the Arrow 3. Probably we'll get the Spitfire, not sure. I guess I should have it really. You are my wingman, Brian. I've got you. I see you on my 9 o'clock. Yeah, if they up the pace too much, we'll all need second jobs, right? Yeah, to be to be to be honest, I thought they might make it subscription based originally. Real life is cheaper though, right? You can fly to Paris for 39 quid. The game was 120. It's like 3 journeys. Thing with Microsoft though, and what they've done, they've utilized the Azure, infrastructure they've got for their server infrastructure. They've utilized Bing, um, yeah, all things they own. Um, must be I don't know if any of you sort of manage or have managed Azure cloud instances, but they ain't cheap. The streaming of the data, the AI use, it's all cutting edge really. Visuals are right, the sounds are right. I think that they need to work. It'd be nice if you could have bigger closed groups of people flying together, um, rather than it being like group of 6 or everybody. It'd be nicer if you could. 29, 25. Yeah, something like that. I mean, obviously, Join FS can do that. Just, it's quite good. Yeah, the navigation data. I use Navigraph at the moment. I'm beta testing it, so every now and again I have slightly different data to everybody else. Um, but I'm looking forward to them finally coming out of beta and releasing it to everybody. But what I'm really after is Navigraph to release their VFR charts. Yeah, I know. But Navigraph charts are really good, especially now in the sim. Where you've got your approach plates, your reference plates. You can even see what the airport looks like. And when you approach the airport in this game, it looks like that. They are sub-base, yeah. So, um, Charts Fox is just as good. They're a little bit older. They can be a little bit out of date, but they're free. Um, but you get quite a lot for your money. You get a sim link. It does real world map. Yeah, so it does fly along maps, um, all the charts, landing plates, reference plates, information, all about the airport. And when they bring in the VFR charts, that'll be the icing on the cake, because that'll have all the visual reference points. Because at the moment, you've got Sky Vector, which is fantastic if you're in America and Canada. If you're in Europe, it's not so accurate. Yeah, Sky Vector is free and it uses free Jefferson's charts, but they're a little bit out of date. But if you're in Europe, it doesn't have all the visual reference points that you do in America. But little nav map is quite good too. I mean, that has lots of non-visual information. You just it just tells you all the approach heights. Skyget, as I say, Skyvet is really, really good. If they did more of the world in the quality of the America, it would be just stunning. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You certainly do get a lot of information for free by the FAA, which none of it's free over here in the UK. You want a landing plate, you've got to buy it. You know. Can you hear me now? Because if you can, right, this is my plates book that I use when I fly, and it has all of my reference materials in it, with all of the information about every single airport in the UK. But look at the size of it, and every year you need a new one. So, but it's really good though. It tells all the things to avoid and everything. All the VFR routes from Newcastle. So Newcastle's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 pages of information about Newcastle. 7, 8 pages just on Newcastle, and not cheap. No, makes a nice thudding sound when you put it down on the desk. So that's what you take up in the air with you, unless you've got an iPad with ForeFlight on it. But ForeFlight's like what, £500 a year? Yeah, I could probably stop one. I once hit someone on the back of the head with a Tolley's yellow Butterworth's Income and Corporation Taxes Act book once. I lobbed it down a corridor at someone who had really annoyed me. Trouble was, I hit them on the back of the head. It was funny at the time. The accuracy of it was... I just wanted to hit the wall with it, but I didn't. I literally backed them on the top of the head. Well, the Butterworth book is thicker than that. So I was quite a heft. Not quite being blinded anymore by the sun, so I can open up some light in here. So how are we doing? 27 and 25. 2 hours 38 till we turn for the airport. 437.4 nautical miles. Oh, I definitely couldn't. If I'd wanted to do it, I'd have missed by a country mile. The fact I just wanted to throw it at them in their general direction meant, of course, it hit them square on the back of the head. But that was in the days where it didn't really matter. Where these days you couldn't do something like that, I'd be fired. Not that I would do anything like that these days, but yeah, when people could play around and mess about and staple people's ties to desks. There was a guy who was an absolute pain in the backside, and so I worked in legal and taxation, and for 12 years in the City of London, looking after high wealth individuals and doing their tax affairs. And there was one guy in the audit department, and he was just a snob, a total toff, and used to go fox hunting and stuff, and he was horrible. Oh yeah, when people had thick skin, and but we used to have, in order to get through big wedges of briefs, we had like hammer staplers. I don't know if you've ever seen them, where you hit the paper and it literally drives a massive staple through it. And he was being an absolute dickhead one afternoon, and so his tie was draped on the desk, and I walked past with my hammer staple and just went and stapled his tie to the desk, and he couldn't get it off. He had to cut it off. I'll post the stuff. So when I was working for a different company. I was working for a laminate manufacturing company who was well known, and oh, Draco, what did you do? Oh, caps. That's probably because of lol. Sorry, my bot. Oh God, I haven't done. No, I don't think I'll do merch. I might. Perhaps I'll do something to celebrate the end of the flight. Sorry, Draco. I know it's rubbish, right? I'll try and tell it to pick a longer set of caps. Oh no! No! You're still in flight, Draco. I can see you. You're still here. I hope I haven't killed you. I'm thankful for that, and thank you for your back. Oh, I'm sorry about that. So these Nightbot things, they're, obviously I've got it so I can do commands and everything, but it also comes with spammage, blockage, and stuff like that. The other thing to watch out for, Draco, is putting a word, a full stop, and another word. Sometimes it thinks they're linked. So if you do a full stop, make sure you do a space after the full stop. Yeah, so I was thinking of doing that. So yeah, it was I was thinking of actually what I was thinking of was the Mooney, the Howland light that Jeppo-san had done, and the sign. But you all have to join me when we get there to look at the back of the sign. And perhaps I'll have the back of the plane, me, and the back of the sign at Howland Island as a Amelia Earhart memorial T-shirt. Perhaps I'll work with Mr. Johnny very nicely. Perhaps he might help me. I'm doing this for the enjoyment, most of it. Never thought I'd stream. I never thought I'd have anyone watching, and it's just lovely that you all join in and come along for a chat. Oh, Splasher, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. I'm here for another 28 weeks at least. Yeah, so I think I was doing that. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you want to download the thing and go and have a look, it might spoil it, but there is something on the back which is that Jefferson's done a nice little touch on, which is really nice. Oh, I've done that too. And then the lady phoned technical support, and the technical support came in and told us all off because we literally done a screenshot. I will post up on Discord something we did over when we were doing an overnight deployment. Post-its were involved. An entire stationery cupboard's worth of post-its. So here we go. This is Buccaneers Point. We're now crossing over into Haiti, everybody. Our third country of the day. Oh, the things you do, eh? Like sellotape, when people had telephones on their desks. Sellotape, with the invisible sellotape, actually just while people were at lunch, sellotape down the buttons, and when it rang, they lift it up and it carries on ringing and all that stuff. I think I've actually got a book of all the pranks you can play on in the office. I'm a terror to work with. Just because I've just got a wicked sense of humour. And I'm mischievous. Yeah, I'm that person that would put a washable ink on the insides of the binoculars and give them to people and not tell them. $26 and $25, 1 gallon until change tanks. We are 415 nautical miles from the next direction change, which will be to 104 degrees, Brian, and that's literally lining you up for the runway. So now we're over Haiti, just gone over Buccaneers Point as we're heading down to San Juan. Been going for about 3 hours 41 minutes now. The day's beautiful. We had a fantastic sunrise over the Caribbean. So we have Country Flyer, Draco, Lloyd Drigsby, Stairway to Bacon, Catbat, Dangerous Brian. You've all flown a mammoth leg. We're all used to stopping having multiple legs, but these ones are a lot harder just to keep on going. So I'll try not to touch any buttons, although I do have buttons. I have lots of buttons. I do have to. Thank you for the follow, Merlin Flyer. I wish I'd know why. I'm not going to press those buttons, but for some unknown reason, I tested them this morning and they were all bingling at me, and now they're not bingling at me. So hydrate, everyone. Yeah. So I'm going to ask for my flight crew in a bit to bring me some up. And my drink of choice today is a nice cup of tea. So yeah, we'll change to 107 degrees at point IF10, and then that'll leave us 11 miles to go, and then we'll be in at Louis Munoz Marin International. Yorkshire tea. And I do have some cheesy footballs, but they're over there with my monkey teddy bear. I hope he's not eating them. Yeah, tea-based life form. Do love a cup of tea. And this, of course, Haiti was badly damaged, wasn't it, in a hurricane? Not so many years ago now. As, of course, Puerto Rico was. Colonel Falk! Good morning to you. Toasted cauliflower veggie chips. Ooh, they sound nice. I've been eating lentil tortillas recently, and they are fabby. Good morning to you, Colonel Falk. I hope you're doing great, mate. Sorry I missed your stream the other day. I couldn't even log into Flight Sim. We just discussed hydration, and Colonel Falk comes in. So we'll tell you what we had for breakfast, and then you can tell us what you're lining up. So I had 2 medallions of bacon, scrambled egg, two slices of toast with scrambled egg, orange juice, and coffee. So what are you having? What's your breakfast of choice today, Colonel Hawk? Sausage and egg. Nice. We're over Haiti now. So we left Florida at 5:56 a.m. local time, and we've gone across the Caribbean, past Bahamas, over Cuba. We're now in Haiti, heading towards the Dominican Republic. We have about 414 miles to go, and we've been tracking for 3 hours 45 so far. So we've still got a bit of a way to go. Oh, I'm yakking. Change tanks. Quite a metasaurus, though I do like a good vegetable meal. Well, if you need some help, I'll happily hop on one day and show you how to use Discord. It's so good. No mountains hit, no beer spill. That's good, Brian. I will be having a beerage when I land this evening. And we have some of the guys here with us. We've got Catbat 9, Country Flyer, Floydrix B, Draco, Stairway to Bacon, Dangerous Brian's out there on my wing. And we had Tarnish earlier and Papa Joe B. I mean, Discord's really, really good. Considering most of it's free, you can have a server without really needing to pay. Obviously, if you want to upload a lot of stuff, then that's where they catch you, because they limit the file upload space, because this space is expensive. Incredible software, though. At least we're over land now, guys. Yeah, well, it's a hill. There is a hill, Brian. However, it's the one that we're just approaching is the highest, and we should clear it by a country mile. If you're at least 4,500 feet, that is. If you're less than that, maybe not. Oh god, bulletin boards, yeah. Usenet, IRC, Merck. That said, Pascal was the thing, and Prestel. So Prestel was. So back in the 80s, was it about 89? I set up a first wide area network between two offices of accountants between Reading and Cardiff, and it used a 2.4K baud modem. And it worked. God. Those were the days, right? You'd have a tower, but it would be a 486 DX with Masco processor chip, and all the workstations would all be rubbish diskless ones. Completely useless. But they were a thing once upon a time, diskless workstations. Because storing stuff was quite small. Yeah, when the internet was fun and everyone had GeoCities websites. And those god-awful spangly pointers and MP3, all the sounds, and if you didn't have a flying unicorn running around your page. No! Oh, it hasn't, has it? Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry, Draco. I mean, obviously, it's nothing I didn't cause it, but it doesn't help showing some empathy because it's a pain in the bottom. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, you got one just sat on the taxiway the other week, didn't you? It didn't even go anywhere and it crashed. So, how long have you been going out? A couple of hours? Although you're over that side, Brian, I don't know what the height of the mountain's over there because I just know what's in front of me. So 400-500 might not be enough. 3 hours is okay, I guess, right? Compared to what it was. How pretty. Yeah, my rolling cache is off as well, Catbat. Hasn't stopped it doing a CTD mind. There's Brian. Yeah, the VC runtime crashes are difficult though. So I had a look and I've probably got 5 different VC runtimes. But the trouble is if you get rid of them all and take the 2015 to 2019 VC runtimes, if you've got software that actually needed those older versions, it won't run again. So it can stop games running. It's definitely a conflict in Microsoft Flight Simulator.exe that's interacting with the VC runtime 40.dll. This is pretty. So we're approximately 60 nautical miles from the border into the Dominican Republic. Yeah, they're definitely, well, you say that they're aware. It's all over the forums, but I don't necessarily know if they're reading those. I think that they read the Zendesk reports. I think that the forums are actually all run just by community people. But yeah, what they need to have is if FlightSimulator.exe throws an error, it should allow you to submit the details directly as a bug report to them. Because not everyone knows how to get the detailed log files to send and put into a Zendesk report. A bit like AMD do if their drivers crash, throws up and captures everything. Brian was VRing earlier. Did a bit of the flight on VR. Okay, Draco. See you in a bit. Yeah, the thing with VR, Brian, you just have to let your eyes acclimatise to it. Yeah, little bits here and there, and then slowly build up to being able to wear it for a long time. Two gallons to go, and then it'll be time to switch. It's quite a wild looking country, isn't it? Go and enjoy breakfast and see you soon. Enjoy. I found this on Epidemic Sound. It's, the Lindy Hop Girls, and of course Amelia Earhart was well known, or well, her nickname was Lady Lindy. So I thought this was quite appropriate to sort of jazz big band type sound. Instead of Irish dancing, I think we probably need some Charleston dancers. Yeah, it's pretty good. Once you've got it, it's, you know. I had to do the Charleston when I was when I was in school. We did the school play, which was The Boyfriend, and of course that was based in the 20s and 30s. So I had to learn how to do the Charleston. I won't demonstrate it now because I'll probably end up breaking a hip or something. Did a month's worth of shows, so not too bad. Just spent ages having to practice the steps. See, the best way to do the Charleston is to learn how to do the backwards and forwards part, but just walk it and then slowly build up the speed, and eventually you'll get it. I have the dancing prowess of a brick otherwise, Annalisa. I'm more the musician. So, I play brass. So I'll play, you dance. And I've also got, yeah, for one of my flights, I've actually got the hat ready. I've got my flying clap ready to put on. So there is going to be some cosplay at some point. I hope I haven't ruined it, made you spit tea over anything. Sorry about that. Well, it's time when I like to try something. try something new, learn something new, like languages, cooking. The only thing I won't do is throw myself out of a perfectly good, perfectly functioning aircraft and skydive. I just can't do it. I'd like to, but I can't do it. I wish I had the guts to do it, but being in an aircraft and flying an aircraft is one thing. Throwing yourself at the floor, nah. Don't think I could do that. I'm a dedicated generalist rather than multi-talented. I mean, I guess if you go tandem, one of my PTs, he was in the special boat service. Got the Queen's Medal for gallantry in Afghanistan, and he keeps saying, "Alison, when are you going to do the skydive?" It's like, I can't do the sky. He said, "I'll go with you." It's like, no. I said, I know you're a nutter. I said, but I couldn't throw myself out of an aircraft. He's like, well, he said, he keeps going on about it. One day maybe. Perhaps when I'm like 90 and it won't matter if I hit the ground hard. Well, I guess that guy was he 100? He did it on his 100th birthday. Time to change tanks. So 44 gallons left. 3 hours 24 to go. I'm pretty much kept to the same speed I've done all the time, so hopefully you should be able to catch me. So let's have a quick look then. So we'll be coming into runway 10. So 101 degrees. Pretty flat. It's coming down to 10 feet. Airport elevation is 10 feet. 101 degrees. 260 feet. Missed approach, climb to 1900, climb left turn. So this airport's got a right hand pattern. This is what the airport looks like from above as we come into approach. So we'll be coming in across here past Fernando Luis into runway 10. Northeast coast of Puerto Rico, the east of Cuba and Hispaniola Island, Atlantic Ocean to the north, Caribbean Sea to the south. It's rectangular. Airport is narrow. Cool. Birds are in vicinity. Watch out for bird strikes, guys. So Fernando Luis Ribia Domnici Airport is 5 nautical miles west and can be mistaken for it. And runway 10. This is again the approach plate for runway 10. Right hand traffic pattern, Pappy's left, visual approach. Should all be good and golden. So approach runway 10. How you doing back there, guys? You alright? Been flying a long time. Remember to have a drink, stretch your legs. More mountains, Brian. Should be coming to the end of them now. ...346 nautical miles to go, 335 to descent. It does look much shorter, doesn't it? And this is a baby leg. From Natal to Dakar, Dakar, it's over 2,000 nautical miles, so double this. And the flight to Howland, an incredibly long leg. So our trip's going to take us down through the Caribbean, into Venezuela, down through into Brazil, across the Atlantic to Africa, across Africa, the Middle East, Pakistan, India, into Asia, down through Asia, Singapore, Indonesia to Darwin, and then from Darwin we fly out to Papua New Guinea, where we leave from Lae and head off to Howland Island, and then from Howland Island it's Honolulu, and then Honolulu to San Francisco. So we're approaching the border. Won't be long and then we'll be into the Dominican Republic, which will be our fourth country of the day. Three gallons till change tank. RPM 220, 221, manifold pressure 20 inches. Pressure CHT is 368, engine temperature 1408, oil temperature 55, oil pressure 55 psi and oil temperature 193. Stayed pretty static. that time not change? It's not changing, is it? No. It's weird. I've gently turned them off, Brian, so that they don't make me jump out of my skin. Because they won't let me land on the the runway I want to. Oh, good luck. Fingers crossed for you, Draco. And welcome back. It wasn't necessarily that their voices did me in, it's just that the directions were often rubbish. Like directing you to a runway that's got a tailwind on it. Two gallons till change tank, 42 gallons of fuel remaining. Not too dissimilar from mine. AMD system. Oh no! Yeah, getting disconnected on final is absolutely annoying. This is quite a cool country. And we're now in the Dominican Republic. You can get a bit lucky, Annalisa, but you have to be lucky to get all the parts. So over to our left is San Ignacio. Yeah, I mean, for the graphics card, me and my other half were we had a deal which basically whoever saw the card we wanted the first would pull the trigger on it. And all of a sudden I get a text going, I found one. Oh no, have you disconnected, Kozaki? Yeah. Most of us couldn't see it, this being as bad as it was. Okay. Yeah. So I had all my parts and DPD lost my case. And they didn't have any more in stock. So I had to wait until it came in stock. And it arrived just before Christmas. $299 miles to go. I don't think it ever turned up. That, to be said though, it wasn't in a brown box or anything. It was pretty bloody obvious what it was. I mean, literally, they shipped it in its retail box. So someone might have thought, oh, I'll have one of those. Because it got to the centre, because they checked it in. Just never left it. And then it was such hard work. You sort of phone them up and say, well, it's at your centre. Can't you go look for it? And it's like, no. We have to have a report from the people who shipped it. And then if you... yeah, maybe so. Indeed, someone looked like the look of it. It was, I mean, it's I got a Lian Li 011 Dynamic, which is really popular because it's incredibly good to work in. I mean, if it had been a brown box, no one would have really known what it was. But it was literally in its original box, literally high-end high-end PC case. Yoink. Okay, 20 gallons, change tanks, 40 gallons left. I know. I mean, it had a high-res picture on the side of what it was. And then when my graphics card came, it was in an MSI box, but it wasn't an MSI card. Well, I hope they haven't shipped me the wrong thing, but no, it was just they just used an old box. But even so, MSI plastered all over it. High-end graphics gaming. It's like that's gonna go missing. It didn't, thank God. Okay, what about 1 hour, 50 minutes to go? I hope you're not all suffering from numb bum. I certainly have a bit of numb bum. Doing some leg stretches. I'm not looking forward to that 2000. I mean, well, my chair's really comfortable. But I reckon that 2,000 mile is going to be an absolute shocker. That one I'll have to start way early in the day and even catch me up during the day and see how I'm getting on. Numb Bummage. That's an in-game sim name. Oh dear. Here's Numb Bummage. Hey Brian, there you are. Yep, got you on my 3 o'clock. Numbage Bummage 9. Scenery's lovely again, isn't it? Everywhere we go, there's something different. Stairway to Bacon's still there. Lloyd Tricks is still there. Catbat 9. Numbage Bummage 9. It's gonna stick, you know. Dangerous Brian. Hey Blair Voyage, thank you for the follow. I don't know why my system's not letting me know people are following, but hey, hope you're having a good day. We're into our what is it? America, Cuba, Haiti. We're in our 4th country of the day. We're now in the Dominican Republic, en route to San Juan in Puerto Rico, which will be our stop for the day. Some 969 nautical miles from Miami. Started at 5:56 a.m. local time Miami, with wheels up just before 6 o'clock. Flew off into the night sky, watched a beautiful sunrise over the Caribbean, which was absolutely beautiful. Had some great weather along. Blair Voyage, it's lovely. It's a great aircraft if you really lovely to fly. It's got good speed, it's got good control. It's great aircraft, and the sound's great, and it's got steam gauges. What more could you ask for? I love steam gauges. It's how I learned to fly. Obviously Cessna 152 doesn't have anything more than steam gauges. Uh-oh. See my cat, she's 21, she doesn't bother coming up here anymore, because it's like, we call it whatever your name is. We all have nicknames in this house. So, if my friend Marlin comes up, her nickname's Bork. So we call it Mount Killy de Borky, because it's like a long way up to the attic. We're a townhouse, so we've got like ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor. By the time you get up here, you're half dead. So the cat's like, not doing that. You want to see me? I'm down here. Yeah. Bonnie and Clyde, love it. My cat's called Lana. She's a tortie, and she's 21 years old this year. It's lovely, this, isn't it? Yep, my cat's 21 years old, yeah. We rescued her when she was about 2 years old. She'd been terribly, terribly abused. Took her, I mean, she literally hid behind. We put them in a room when they came in to acclimatise to the new house, and we put her behind the coast. Well, she hid behind the curtain, literally wouldn't come out from behind it, and I used to have to like scoop or push food bowls and water bowls behind the curtain for her. And then once we had 2 other cats with her at the time. They were also rescued, and once we started letting them out, the little ones would come down and into the kitchen. They were totally fine with people, and they would eat and whatever. But literally, I would like try and bring Lana downstairs, like a step at a time, by bringing her food closer to the door. And eventually one day she walked into the kitchen and ate while I was stood in there. Obviously, if I made a move, she'd just leg it. Didn't think we'd ever be able to pick her up. She was like a whirling dervish. It's like something out of the Matrix, you know. But now we can pick her up, hold her, carry her. She plays. She didn't even know how to play. She'd been given to basically she was given to her as the puppy used her as a toy, and then the second people that had her locked her in a downstairs loo. So she's absolutely petrified of doors shut. But now not so much. But I don't think she'll ever get over it. But she certainly loves humans now. She didn't used to. So she's had a good life. She's the last one we have left at the moment. So, but we couldn't get another one while we have her because I think she's now too old to accept young cats in the house. So we'll wait until she's not showing any signs at the moment of. She plays like a kitten still. She's completely toothless, but she doesn't go out, so she's all safer here. Basically owns Marlin's bed. It's not Marlin's bed, it's Lana's bed, and she lets Marlin sleep on it. We certainly have. Yeah, I'm really pleased for her. I mean, I never thought she'd be the last one here of all the cats we had, because we couldn't ever take her to the vet. She was so terrible to try and catch hold of. But if I needed to, I could now. She used to go all spazzy-legged if you'd picked her up, like. And now you can pick her up. I don't even have to hold her very hard, and she like just sits with her feet resting on your arms, and when you put her down, she doesn't run away like she used to when she was younger. So it's just constant petting and looking after. She's a special little cat. I mean, she's so loving. I mean, I don't know how anyone could have done what they did to her. I mean, she's got broken. Her tail's dinked because it was broken by the puppy, and how are we doing on the fuel? We're at 20 and 18. So I've yawned yakking again, haven't I? No, not. I'm meant to be going to 15. We are 265 miles to go. 1 hour 35 minutes. Moving Pigeon's got a competitor. We see Waggly Pigeon 4 in the distance. Oh, fantastic. Well, they didn't think that Lana could be dealt with. I don't have a lot of patience with humans, but I have a lot of patience with animals. But they came as a 3, so there was Lana, Tilly and Flo, and they all came together, and because they were all bonded, so we took them all on. So at one point we had 4 of them. Hey Kingsman, how you doing? Yeah, we're doing good. We have numb bums, but we are still going. We've got 274 miles to go, so we're just shy of 500 miles gone. Oh no, 700 miles gone. So we are currently over the Dominican Republic, heading for Puerto Rico. So it's going good. We still have Dangerous Brian with us. We have Cat Bat 9, who is now known as Nummage Bummage 9. Stairway to Macon, Country Flyer, Floydrix, and Draco. So we're all doing good. How's your afternoon been? Good? Yeah, they've all done class. It's quite a long leg, this one. The next leg's a little bit smaller. But we're into our 4th country of the day. Next week we go through quite a few. As we go through the Caribbean, British Virgin Isles, Anguilla, St Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbados, Montserrat, Guadeloupe, Sammy's, if you're watching, we even skirt Trinidad and Tobago, it's the closest we've got yet. Next week, 2 o'clock. Really weird. The time normally moves on, doesn't it? It's not. Or it's not moving on very fast. So Kazuki Fly, yeah, well, yes, so basically Amelia Earhart's flight was to girdle the globe. So it was actually an equatorial circumnavigation. So we're flying down through South America into Brazil, and then we'll cross across the Atlantic to Africa. So we'll cross it there from Natal to Dakar. That's going to be a weird flight, that one, because it's the first time she did a night flight. Not only was it night flight, it was absolutely blowing a hoolie and pouring with rain. So it's going to be the most dreadful flight, because it's going to be piddling down with rain, it's going to be dark, we're not going to be able to see where we're going, and it's night. And it's about 13 hours long. So it's going to be a shocker. Yep, and then we'll cross Africa. Actually, she goes across a lot of the desert, so that'll be interesting to see, because I don't think we've actually flown over a lot of the desert. Yeah, my chronometer's stuck. It's not moving. But yeah, the time it started moving a little while ago, but it's not moved enough. And even the in-game one is stuck, not going anywhere. It says it's 9:15. Well, because it's not 14:15, that's for sure. Because we're still on the same time zone. So that would have been 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Should be about around about 10 o'clock in the morning, but it still says it's about 9, so it's gone a bit wonky. Unless, of course, it's not got an offset. I wonder if it's because. I wonder if it's because I set the game to be June, but my computer says it's February, and so it's not taken the. And it's not taken the daylight savings into account. Well, technically, I don't think it should. I mean, mine says 14:16, but we set off at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we haven't been going nearly 9 hours. Oh, did we? I'm sure I set it to like 5:56 in the morning. Anyway, I've probably buggered up. All right, so if perhaps it's not then. Perhaps it is 14:16. But so 11, 12, 1, 2. Still should be 15-ish. I'm going by the clock that we left on, so it's beer o'clock. It's definitely beer o'clock soon, right? I'm definitely going to have a beer tonight. That's 1 gallon till change. Really appreciate you guys coming along to cheer me on and to join in and fly along. It's brilliant. Couldn't ask for more. It's going to be amazing when we finish. 28,000 miles of journeyage. Yeah, maybe I've just completely miscalculated when I set the game time then. Fabulous. Glad to have you along. You're all very welcome, guys. Do you know what? I wasn't going to. I was going to stream on Discord, and then it was like Murphy and Mrs. Tuto, and everyone was going, "Oh, you're going to stream?" I was like, "Oh, well, I might do." And they go, "Oh, you should do. You should do." So, in the end, I bucked up the courage. Yeah, I missed them too, Brian. I know you were very busy. But yeah, we used to have some really lovely flights. Some of these are going to be monsters. Some of them not so much. And obviously we'll have to we're working on the basis that the Mooney has 200 gallons of fuel in it, like it did for the 80th anniversary flight, rather than the 95 that we have. So, hey Murphy, welcome back. I have video footage for next week of the Electra taking off. I bet, Brian. Yeah. You know, if we lost the internet in this house, it would probably be Lord of the Flies within about 20 minutes. I know everyone knows you, Murph, but some people might be watching and not know who you are. Very unlikely, but... So we have... Where are we now? 244 miles to go, 233 miles till we can start coming... I'm going to start coming down a little bit. We're just going to clear the low hills. Then we can come down a little bit to about 3,500. But we're into our fourth country of the day. We're in the Dominican Republic now. Sunrise was amazing over the Caribbean. Absolutely amazing. Change fuel tanks. 35 gallons left. Some of the scenery out here has been fantastic, Murphy. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, we need Annalisa to come flying with us. There'll be a plan. We'll have a plan afoot soon. if you can see that. I found this recently, which is a colorization of a picture of Amelia Earhart with the DFC that she got for flying across the Atlantic, and the black and white pictures don't just do justice to her colouring and her shocking red hair and freckles. Which I thought was a really good find. Isn't her hair lovely? Yeah, we definitely want the lady fly's wing. All the girls flying together would be fabby. Okay, 215 miles to go, guys. Well done for hanging in there. This is our second longest flight of her around the world. I think we need to encourage more ladies to fly along, for sure. Well, I'm sure we can come up with a decent name. So we still have Dangerous Brian, Cat Bat 9, Floyd Ricks, Stairway to Bacon, Country Flyer. Those that must be obeyed. Previous lady won't. Especially after the ginage incidents. Still 220, 221, manifold pressure 20, CHT 368, engine temperature 1408, 55 psi on the oil pressure, 193 on the oil temperature. It stayed high, but it's pretty static. The flying badgers. Make sure you have a drink, guys. Take some time out to have some hydration. Too late. Mention the ginage incidents. Oh, Annalisa. Is that raining? Can't even begin to say this, but we just entered the Parque Nacional Los Haitises. But this is a national park in the Dominican Republic. It's been pretty good all the way down. Cuba's somewhere we probably need to go back to. That sunrise this morning, though, guys, over the Caribbean, that was something. I don't believe there's any mountains ahead of us now, Brian. Everything's pretty flat. Once we get over these little hills, everything's pretty flat. I mean, Puerto Rico, we're coming in just over the sea. We make landfall just west of Puerto Nuevo, and then we fly over Coiles Airport, Toa Baja, and then we turn in and come straight into the runway. Yeah, I'm looking forward to flying through the British Virgin Isles, Antigua and everywhere next week. That's going to be cool. I've never flown there, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. And of course, Amelia hadn't seen them either. She hadn't actually flown this journey at all before. So this was all a voyage of adventure for her. $3 gallons till change. Years ago, driving a car, though, the madness. Yeah, the Dominican Republic is it's another one of those countries, isn't it, that where it's sort of tourist side is there's a lot of money in there, but once you go outside of the vacation areas and everything, the country is quite poor. And my sister comes here all the time, though, for holidays. So 193, yeah, 193 till, and then it's a further 9 miles till we take down. So cool. Total 204 nautical to go. Oh, very cool, Kazaki. How's everyone doing? How are you doing out there, Brian? How you guys doing out the back there? Andy Brown, hey, how you doing? Lovely to see you. Welcome to the Dominican Republic. So we've been going just over 5 hours. Catba, how are you holding up? You alright? Country Flyer and Floyd Ricks, how you doing? Stairway to Bacon, you good? Just conscious it's a long old flight. Just making sure you're good. So just to remind everybody, this is the flight we're doing. So Kazaki, when you said how are we doing it, so we go down through here to Puerto Rico, then through the Caribbean to Venezuela, through Venezuela down to through Brazil, then across the Atlantic, across Africa, and then where we get to the Middle East, we'll actually do the first lady to fly across the Red Sea in a single flight, then across Saudi Arabia into Pakistan, India, down through Indonesia, through Darwin to Leh, and then Leh over to Howland Island, and from Howland Island over to Honolulu to San Francisco. So we started up here in Oakland, flew to Burbank, crossed from Burbank to Tucson to New Orleans to Miami, and then today we're flying to Puerto Rico. So this is the journey we're on. $28,000 miles in total. Yes, I certainly can. I'll put it on later. If you've got little map in the community streams folder, I can pin it, I guess. But there's the full little nav map plan for the entire flight, end to end, with every POI that we'll be flying. Yeah, I'll certainly put it up there after the flight tonight. Okay, 1 gallon to go, and then I'll change. 2 hours 24 flight time. Fuel remaining 1 hour 4 minutes ETE. Plus 10, so about 1:14 to go. What an incredible journey she did. I mean, I've only done, this is my 5th leg. What an incredible lady. Ah, the lady, we could use the 99 somewhere in the ladies flying team. Oh, can you? Well, people could probably search me if they knew where I lived for my LinkedIn stuff and my work. But no, I didn't know people could search and find me. But that's fine. I am who I am, right? Yeah, if people are interested and want to come and find out about Amelia and the journey she took, and I mean, I'm trying to do it such that the times, the weather are as close as I can get. It's actually quite hard because even in the books and the notes she wrote, not all of the radio messages explained all of the weather conditions. So, and not all countries keep almanacs of their weather. So, Andy, hi, lovely to see you. Yes, they probably can because I got affiliate last week. So, but that's nice. I'm putting flight sim in. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm still a novice at this, so the Twitch stuff and the bots and the commands and the find digits and all that good stuff. It's a little bit tricky. CD, hey, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, I got my affiliate last Tuesday, so really pleased. And I'm here just flying around the world on Amelia's round the world flight. I'm doing it in a Mooney because I don't have an Electra 10E to do it in. But on the 80th anniversary of her initial flight, they did a round the world trip in a Mooney, recreating the same route that was purposefully changed to have 200 gallons of fuel, and it flew the entire route. So in a Mooney, flying the same route she did, 28,000 miles with the girls. Thank you. So that's really kind. So yeah, we've done 5 hours so far today. We've gone through 4 countries. We're in the Dominican Republic at the moment. So we set off from Miami at 5:56 a.m. local time. Flew across the Bahamas. The sunset was absolutely amazing in game. Then we flew across Cuba, took a swing to the southeast once we got to Guantanamo Bay, into Haiti, and now we're into the Dominican Republic. And then once we leave shortly, we'll be heading to Puerto Rico, where we'll land at San Juan. 969 miles of flyage, joined by members of the flying circus, the Fireflies. We have Catbat 9, Country Flyer, Stairways to Bacon, Andy Brown 23, Floyd Drixby, Draco, Catbat 9 I did say, and we've got Dangerous Brian. Cuba is, I mean, I've never been there. Having flown over it today, I want to go. And I think we should do hopefully one day Murph will do a stream of flying around Cuba, because that was lovely. So yeah, we're trying to recreate the times, the dates. Obviously I can't make it 1937, the computer game won't let me do that. But I would if I could. Trying to find out all the different weathers on each of the legs by reading the books, reading archives, reading material online. Obviously I've got pictures of every country she went to. So when we start each leg, I show the pictures that were taken while they were there. So when we get to Puerto Rico next week, we'll start off with the pictures of the hangar, people greeting them, things like that. So recreate newspaper articles, radio messages where we have them. Some of the notes she took were very sparse, but others were much greater. I just had to be a bit careful with what I read out, because some of it may be copyrighted. So just read little bits and pieces. But I have permission to show a video next week that I found on Pathé News And I told them what I was doing, and they said that I could show it just once. So I'll show it on the stream. Isn't it lovely? Been a good flight. And if they ever release an Electra 10E, I'm doing it all again. in a 10E, as long as it's got the Sperry. It has to have the Sperry auto gyro. And then later in the year, if the Vega B comes out, I'm then going to recreate her transatlantic flight, and I'm going to do her grand circle journeys of east to west, west to east, and then the transcontinental flight she did, and also the longest flight to Mexico and so on. So I'm going to recreate a lot of her flights. I'll sound like a broken record by the end of it. But isn't it incredible what she achieved back then, 1937? Yeah. Less than 20 years before flight was in its infancy, and here she is, solo flying around the world. I know she had Fred with her, but she was still the pilot. She certainly was. And I keep saying, if she were alive today, she'd be a NASA astronaut. She had that type of pep, that get up and go, that drive, that want to be. A huge lady to look up to. She got hundreds and hundreds of letters from girls who all wanted to do what she did, to break glass ceilings even back then. So she was a great feminist inspiration. Yeah, we're flying along here today, and she would tell the girls, behind every cloud the sun is shining. That's the inspiration. You can go, however dark it may be, there's always something you can go to get. Yeah. No, they wouldn't have done, but perhaps if in our time, if she had lived in our time. I mean, it was still very true that, because she was a lady pilot, people expected her to be, not involved and doing things. She turned a lot of heads, certainly at Miami, where they, oh god, I need to change my tanks. Yak. Those that saw her working with men were preparing her ship, realised her delight in the job. She was seldom happier than when she was perched on a service stand watching some adjustment of her beloved engines, or sprawled on the concrete tarmac observing experts wrestle with a troublesome strut or a damp valve. And probably grimy as a grease monkey, it's illuminating to record that she planned her first party when she returned as a charismatic housewarming of her house in Southern California. The guests were to be exclusively the men and the wives who had worked on her plane, the gang who had put out the best that they had in hours, out of hours, at Lockheed Plant, TransUnion Air Terminal Oakland, a full list of them. That they were the ones whose help she wanted, and those that she wanted to let them know she appreciated. So, she what did Fred say? Amelia is a grand person for such a trip. She is the only woman flyer I would care to make such an expedition with, because in addition to being a fine companion and pilot, she can take hardship as well as any man and work like one. That was a letter that Fred sent to his wife on his return, but obviously he never got back. Yeah, they did. Certainly in this time, you know, and to be fair, Amelia was probably not the strongest of all the lady flyers of her time. She had great publicity. That was the killer thing she had on her side, was George Putnam, and how he promoted her, and how they publicized her. Yeah. 148 miles to go, guys. 53 minutes. What a wonderful, wonderful lady. So we're just about to head out over the sea again, leaving the Dominican Republic behind us, and heading for Puerto Rico, which is just beyond the horizon over there. I guess it must be a little bit. I picked it to be epic-y. Let's have a look out as we cross the sea. Look at that waterline though. That's quite cool. Yeah, the wasps absolutely did. You can even see the shelf going down off of the coast. That's pretty cool. How are we doing? Guys, you still there? Stairway to Bacon, Country Flyer, Floydrix, been here all the time. Long old journey. Thank you for your company. Well done, Brandy. Okay, 2 hours, 10 minutes left with 50 minutes of flight ETE. So when we get to Puerto Rico and we're going down into Lunos Marin International, runway 10 is the runway we'll be going in for. Give you a bit of advance warning. We should be taking a swing towards runway 10 in about 50 minutes. Runway height, elevation of the airport is 10 feet. Hopefully this will be the last the last week I'll float down the runway and they fix the flaps bug. Belbro, great, good evening to you. Hey, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you've had a good Saturday. leaving the Dominican Republic behind now. Dangerous Brian, my wingman. Fireflies in the distance. Oh, Andy, that's really kind of you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So we're letting Sperry do the work at the moment. Hey Waltons, how are you? Lovely to see you. Thank you. Couldn't have done it without all you guys. Murph's help and the flying Fabio, who jumped in and brought a load of people over, which was completely and utterly flabbergasted me. Yeah, I just like to, share my little epic journey around the world. It's lovely that you're all flying along. We're learning about Amelia as we go. Lovely to see you. We've got about 47 minutes till we line up for the runway. Thanks, Belbro. Yeah, I got it last Tuesday. Which was much quicker than I thought it was going to be, given I'm new to this thing. Puerto Rico, here we come. 13 again, done it again, 13, get to 10, then change. The wind's been a bit weird in sim all flight. Obviously I've done a lot of pre-planning for all of this in advance by doing the plans and getting all the pictures and the videos and the books and everything, but I get up every Saturday morning and just make sure everything's right. No! Catbat, no! Closest airport Catbat is Mike Delta Papa Charlie, which is off to my 3 o'clock. Hey Draco. So I'm dropping down to about 3,500 feet right now. Because we'll come in sort of skimming the northern edge of the island, and it's not, once we cross in, it's pretty flat and low, so we'll just come straight in. We're not far away from leaving the international waters and airspace of the Dominican Republic, and then we'll head into Puerto Rico's airspace. On this entire flight, apart from having breakfast, Amelia didn't eat anything. She only realised about this time that she hadn't eaten anything at all, and Fred told her that he'd had a sandwich and a cup of coffee. So between them, they'd hardly eaten or drank for some 5 odd hours. Just make sure I don't overspeed it. ...119 nautical miles to go. ...26 gallons of fuel remaining. Just shy of 2 hours flight fuel left. Should make it with an hour to spare. Definitely have a little bit of a frog in the throat for all the chalking. So this playlist is all about like wonders, unseen, prophecies, new worlds, lost cities, deeper than oceans, sort of adventure-ish, but slightly hopeful type music. Some of it's like soaring. Trying to find music that was trying to find stuff that would sort of suit an epic long journey. Some of these pieces, like titled "They Came from the Sky," "Unseen by Man," "Lost Cities," "Surge," "Deeper Than the Ocean." One of them's called "At the Finish Line," which is like getting there. Some of the jazzy stuff was from last week because we started in New Orleans, so it was like big band jazz, some Miami music, and so on. We'll have African music when we get to Africa, and Indian music when we get to India. I thought it suited, like, a pioneer flight. There was some rocky pieces and stuff might suit, but it's not, it's not quite there. They don't have a lot of big band stuff. Some Glenn Miller stuff would be perfect. Yeah, legendary, hopeful, spring eternal type stuff. Yeah. She thought that everything was possible. And one of the things I've said all my life is, nothing is impossible. You can do what you want to do. Or everything is possible. It just may not be possible quite the way you'd expect it to be, but everything is still possible. Okay, 1 gallon till change. Oh dear, my voice is going now. But yes, Belbro, I will, and Sarah de Bacon, I will have a lot more to drink next week to make sure my throat is hydrated. I'm starting to sound like Darth Vader's granny now. No, it's good to talk, it's good to engage, right? Morsi, as Andy Brown is my wingman to my 7 o'clock. Make sure I get some screenshots of the guys. Look at that, everyone's closing in now. Catbat is back, woo! Dangerous Brian, Floydrix, Country Flyer, Stairway to Bacon, Draco, Andy Brown, and Catbat9. Thank you so much for flying along with me this afternoon, keeping me company on this 969-mile flight, on leg 5 of Amelia Earhart's memorial flight, where we're going 28,000 miles around the world. Coming up on our 5th country of the day ahead of us, and our final landing point today. Truly fantastic. Thank you all so much for all the follows and the very generous subscriptions today. Really, thank you so much. That's really nice. There's 27 legs in total. 28 because we're going to go backwards on one of them because she had dysentery on one of the flights. So not a very nice subject, but she took off, started to feel very unwell, and flew back to her previous leg. So we are going to go back on ourselves because that's what she did. So I'm doing one a week though, work is to get. She did it. She did it over 2 months, whereas my work won't let me do it every day. So I'm going to do it once a week. Some of them are like 13 to 15-hour flights. So, well, she got it in Bantuang in Indonesia. Some pictures of her at Bantuang. She looks very, very tired. Very tired indeed. So we saw that beautiful picture earlier of, where stunning red hair and a really nice complexion and the freckles. When they were taking pictures of her for Vogue magazine, or was it Cosmopolitan? One of the photographers said, "What is that? What's that muck on your face?" And she said, "What do you mean, my freckles?" Okay, 10 miles, 10 gallons, change to left tank. I know her freckles are fantastic, but the photographer's like, "What's that on your face?" Like, my freckles. I know, right? I think I see the outline of Puerto Rico to my 1 o'clock. 89 miles to go, guys. Well done, everybody. Hey, Papa B, Papa Joe B, welcome back. We've got about 90 miles to go. Somebody just in game, not with us. $80 miles to go. Yay, cat bat. This little cat bat is off to my 1 o'clock. So just make sure my RPMs keep that in the numbers. Nice flying there, Draco. Dangerous Brian's coming up on my right. Cat bat 9. And next week we'll be in South America at the end of our flight. Captain Ellie and the Lady Flyers. Captain Ellie and the Ladybirds, probably. We'll have to come up with a name, but I will do a T-shirt to commemorate this at the end, though. I'm going to I'll speak to Johnny very nicely, see if he'll help me. A little T-shirt with the Mooney, the Howland Island light, the sign, and the messages on the back of that sign. I think that would be nice. I ordered a long sleeve Colonel Fort T-shirt this morning. Didn't realise you did long sleeve ones, so I've got myself one of those. I'm wearing the Fireflies Flying Circus T-shirt today. Hey Puerto Rico, ¿cómo está? Yeah, I like the long sleeve one. I thought it was really nice, so I've got myself one. Hey, Puerto Rico. Well, gentlemen, we don't have to worry about the sharks now either. It's shore there, look. What a great flight we've had today. Oh, Papa Joe B's here again. Dangerous Brian, Draco, literally right there on my wing. Andy, Floyd Drix, Country Flyer, Cat Bat, Stairway to Bacon. Thank you so much, guys. Behind every cloud is a firefly, right? Waiting to dive out on us. Under every wave is a shark. Well, we've got our floaties, so we can doggy paddle to the beach. So we're ready for me to porpoise down the runway with my rubbish landing because of the flaps not working properly. Last week's was shocking. I hope this is not horrible. Last week's was dreadful. But then it was a 32 knot crosswind, which was way above my aircraft's landing capacity in a crosswind. That wind last week was pretty hideous, wasn't it? Because I'm not flying in real time, the sim decided to throw a curveball at us. I mean, I had so much opposite rudder and literally dipping into it, and yeah, me too, Colonel Fork. I really can't wait for it because it's really messed up my landings. So I'm probably going to do a takeoff flap approach with speed brakes and do everything I normally don't in the Mooney, but perhaps with only one level of flaps, that double compensation might be enough to be a coefficient. Just have to try not to sink. I mean, I got her down, and then the wind was just shocking. I mean, I couldn't put my yoke and ailerons into any further deflection. I was 180 degrees, and it just literally shoved me across the runway. I mean, I didn't crash, but it just wasn't nice. I mean, the crab was okay, and the you know, I got down on the line, and then it just all went a pop. Hey, Philly Roach, lovely to see you. Welcome along. We're about 20 minutes out now, 58 miles from San Juan in Puerto Rico. We're in our 5th country of the day. Yeah, about 70 miles to go. So I'm going to bring her down a little bit now, guys, to about 2,500. The airport's very low. Yeah, it's beautiful out here. Absolutely beautiful. We've had a real day of it. We started in the dark at 5:56 a.m. and had a beautiful sunrise through the Bahamas and the Caribbean, and then we've flown over Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and now we're in Puerto Rico. Just coming up on 900 odd miles on the day. And we still have Fireflies with us. We have Draco, Dangerous Brian, Catbat 9, Andy Brown, Country Flyer, Papa Joe B, Floyd Drix, Catbat 9, Stairway to Bacon, Dangerous Brian. Yeah, we've been going for about 5 hours 50 in the stream now, so we're just shy of nearly 6 hours of flight, which is what I thought it would be, about 6 hours or so. Just need to ditch some speed because that's overspeeding. We've got about 20 miles till we line up for the runway. We're going for runway 10 at Luis Munoz Marin Airport. Well, some of you didn't cheat, but you know, people have lives and lives come first. It's just lovely that you're all here. was going to say, just for popping in, Alice, you've been here for hours. It's lovely of you. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Fort. That's really kind. Thank you. Couldn't have done it without you all. Thank you for coming along and supporting me, keeping me company on this mammoth 28,000-mile journey. Hopefully there's enough information that we're given about the flight, Amelia and Fred, and how they navigated, the countries they went to, and what happened in each country. It's going to get exciting as we go. She wrote lots more once she hit South America. We're trying to recreate the time, the date, the weather. Some of it's going to be great. Some of it's going to be awful. Some of it's going to be really dark. The flight across the Atlantic, it's at night in the most hideous of storms. So rain's going to be pelting down pretty much all the way. So it may not be much to see, but we're just going to try and do as much as we can to emulate what she did. I mean, the sandstorm one we did from Tucson to El Paso, that was amazing. We used the SoFly weather preset flow to sandstorm, set it with the particulates quite high to about 6,500 feet, and the mountains as we flew over them looked like whales coming out of the surface of a yellow sea. It was incredible. She said she had no anxiety at all, especially after she crashed at Honolulu at Ford Airfield, and then the engine caught fire at Tucson, and then the thermocoupling on the left engine was repaired just before takeoff out of Miami. I mean, with all these things adding up, you'd almost be semi-petrified, wouldn't you? You'd be worried about any little noise, any little creak, any little misfire, splutter. But she didn't ever think she was intimidated by it. Very brave indeed. I don't know if you've ever seen the film Amelia, which was done a few years ago. So there's a few inaccuracies in it, but it's pretty cool. They have some of her flights, include the one across the Atlantic when she was the bag of potatoes, just the passenger. Then she had her flight across the Atlantic and all the icing conditions she went through. And then obviously leading up to then she obviously had the Honolulu leg, and then this flight as well. It's really well done. No, Draco, no, not this close. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. We'll be swinging in towards the airport in about 13 nautical miles. Have to be a little bit careful. There are two airports really close together. 28 legs in total. There's a couple of double backs, one main double back at Bandoeng. So it's going to take us a while. I am using the 530 mod, yeah. But it's the late. It wasn't too long ago updated. I think it was January's update. Oh, Annalisa, that's really kind. Thank you for gifting a gift sub to Draco. Thank you, lovely. Let's make sure we all land on the right runway. Okay, time to change tanks. 20 gallons left. 1 hour 28 flight time left. More than enough. Annalisa being a total legend. .43 nautical miles in total to go. Okay, coming down to 2,000. I'm just gonna Did you update your that .NET update today? I'm just gonna put speed brakes a bit just so I don't overspeed. I haven't done that yet. I'm dreading it now. Yeah. Oh, who was that? Yeah, I have the Microsoft Store version, and I get the CTDs as well. And lots of people report the VC runtime. The trouble with the VC runtime is software uses it. And if you've got some software that's older, it will have an older distributable. And if the distributable then doesn't like its interactions with all the others, .7, 108 degrees. The AMD bug report normally says it's Microsoft Flight Simulator.exe, and then it would be either the VC runtime. Okay, we're about to cross the shore into Puerto Rico proper. Runway in sight, or airfield in sight anyway. Oh, I'm so sorry, Draco. Especially if you've flown so long with us. Welcome to Puerto Rico, everybody. There'll be an answer for it. Someone will find it soon. Enough people reporting it to Zendesk. Lurker Lounge is perfectly fine. Well done, guys. Floydrix, Country Flyer, Stairway to Bacon, you've done fantastic. Dangerous Brian's been here all the way, fantastic. And Papa Joe B's joined in again. Catbat's been for a while. Thank you, Draco, for coming along. River, inset, set, curve. So that's probably the wrong airport I was looking at. We're probably beyond it. It's probably the one we don't want to land at. Although, is that it there? Nah, it is the one we want. That's the other one we don't want to land at, on the point. Okay. Okay, let's get ready to land. Landing lights can come on. Gear is up. Mixture's already full because we're below 3,000. I'm going to leave the RPM and the manifold pressure where it is. We're going to use speed brakes to bring us down. Okay, 10 miles to landing. Gibbo, hello. Definitely fashionably late. Welcome. You're just coming as we're coming into land at Puerto Rico after our 969-mile flight from Miami. where we took off just before dawn. And 6 hours, 12 minutes later, we're on our way in. So I'm going to start slowing down now, guys. So tell you what, my airspeed indicator's acting really weird. Sort of jumping around in. Okay, so now we're in gear space. Take that off. We've got 5 miles to go. Gear can come down. The whole band is here. Hey guys. What a good flight, huh? Let's see how it behaves. Look at that indicator needle. It's really strange. Let's trim her down. Murph, did you demonstrate to Annalisa the how the back of the tail swings in and out yesterday? There's the outer marker. 4 miles to go. Hello Puerto Rico. Hello San Juan. I'm a little bit high. Let's bring her down. I'm just going to have to float down a little bit. Do what I don't normally do. .7 miles. Say this is bin cam. We definitely need bin cam, Murph. We're crying out for bin cam. And then we'll have to have bin cam score, like a scoreboard on the screen. Every time you miss, Fireflies get a point. Every time you score, you get a point. Bin cam. Let's try and get on the guide slope a bit better. It's not the longest runway this airport has. Should be enough. What's the worst that can happen? We'll go into the sea at the other end. Dramatic cam. Mind the trees. At least I've got one red light now. This floating stuff is awful. Inner marker. I'm trying to aim for the 1,000 feet marker, but I'm just a little bit off. Okay, here's the trying to land on top of the bus roof. There's the float. Sink it down. Eyes to the end of the runway. Nose up. See if I can bleed it up. Look at that float. It's awful. Stall it down then. There we go. Not the worst in the world. Welcome to Puerto Rico, San Juan, Luis Munoz Marin Airport. Thank you, Murph. Couldn't have done it without the guys coming to chat, you guys, and the guys flying along. I'm just going to pull off the runway. Oh no, Andy. Keep the faith, Andy. Just going to pull off the runway and tidy her up. quickly put the brake on and I can get out and have a quick look. Floyd Ricks is down. Welcome to Puerto Rico, Floyd. Well done. Catbat9 is down. Welcome. Yeah, I know we can, but I don't want to mess with it, Philly. Papa Joe B is coming in. Nicely done. Here's Stairway to Bacon. 969 miles under your belt. Well done. Well done. Oh, Andy. Stairway to Bacon. Coming in for the landing now. I must get that drone cam working. Nicely done. Welcome. Thank you, Blair Voyage. No, thank you so much. Couldn't have done it without the guys. Look at that. Look at the wind. It's really weird. That windsock is like possessed. Country Flyer, well done. Welcome. Well done, guys. What a great flight. Yeah, that windsock, look at it. It's like there's a geist in that windsock. USAPR. Oh, welcome, USAPR. I didn't realise you were with us. Welcome. Nicely done, guys. Nicely done, USAPR. I can see you, Brian. We've got you. Well done, guys. We got you, Brian. Here comes my wingman. Look at it. Look at the state of that windsock. There'll be plenty of opportunities, Velbro. Just coming along and joining us is perfect. Hey, USAPR. One, lovely to see you. Thank you for coming along and flying with us. By the time we finish this, you'll have to be epic, Brian. Nicely done, mate. Nicely done. The next one is next Saturday, where we will fly from San Juan in Puerto Rico through the Caribbean all the way down to Venezuela. So we'll be in South America this time next week. Yeah, I was going to raid Lukester. Thank you, Country Flyer. You take care, and thank you for flying along with me. Look forward to having you come along next week. I'm waiting for Andy, yeah, if that's okay. Take care, Papa Joe B. Thank you for flying along. I really appreciate you coming along today. How are you doing, Andy? I can see you coming in now. CD, thank you so much for coming along and joining me. I shall be popping along to see your stream soon. Thank you so much. Oh, you've vanished on my screen, Andy. Yeah, I think we need some pina coladas, right? Do you think you're going to? Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. Okay, well, thank you so much, Andy. I just need to work out how to raid now. Just give me a moment. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me today on my flight from Miami International down here to San Juan in Puerto Rico on leg 5 of the Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight. Appreciate every single one of you for flying along and taking some time out of your day to come along. We've got new names for Catbat. It's now Nummage Bummage 9. So we've some great things are coming out of our stream. Um, so it's raid/raid. I need to do I need to do it here? So raid. Is it Lukester 911? Lukester 911. Hopefully this works. Thank you so much, guys. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Let's see you next week as we head down into South America. Really appreciated everyone and your generosity with your subscriptions and your follows. But just having you along means the world to me. So thank you ever so much. Take care. Let's see us on at Luke's the stream, and then we'll see you tomorrow night on Colonel Fawkes. Have a great evening, everybody. Take care. Did that work? I don't know if it worked. Hang on. It didn't work. I'll raid now. Lukester. Boom. Take care, everybody. Oh, boo. Aww.